How could I ever forget? It's the first time. Do you remember? I can feel it. I can feel it. I can feel it coming in the air now. I can feel it in hands. I can feel it in each other. I can feel it coming in the air now.
Welcome to another episode of Flippin' Tables Extended on our Thursday night here tonight. When you come in, please hit the like button, hit the share button, hit the subscribe button if you haven't done that already. Support the channel if you feel to do that as well. We're about to have a hell of a show tonight. Me and Lost in Translation. I've been talking about this for a minute, and we're talking tonight. If I were the devil. Yeah. We'll get into that when the show starts, guys. Thank you so much for sticking with this network and being here and supporting us as we continue to get it in. And so we're about to have this thing and go in tonight and have you guys up for a little bit too. And then we'll close this thing now, just like a benediction at a Baptist church on a late Sunday afternoon at a black church. All right. Thank you so much for being here, guys. We love you. And we're about to start. Here we go.
Hey, this burns me,
Hey, man, did you hear when the one popped his lips, man?
Yes.
That
Hey, this burns me, man.
Hey, man, did you hear when the one popped his lips, man?
Yes.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, what's going on? What's going on? It's good to be in the building tonight with my brother from another mother. The velvet voice of YouTube is in the building tonight, ladies and gentlemen. If you don't know him, you better get to know him. And if you do know him, you know what he's capable of. Give it up for my brother from another mother. Lost in Translation is in the building tonight. How you doing today, my brother?
What's happening, sir? Good, good. You know, I've been waiting on this topic for a long time, man.
Absolutely.
We're gonna get into it tonight, man. But first, how you doing, man?
Man, I am doing good, man. Thank you for asking, brother. I had a pretty good day today. The weather is still bipolar in Dallas. It just one day it's cold, it's hot, it's wet, it's dry, it's storms, it's it's just up and down, brother. But other than that, man, I'm doing good over here, man. Who we got in the chat tonight, my brother?
Well, first we're gonna start at the top. First we have Embrace the Grace, of course.
What's going on, lady?
And we have Melania in the house as well.
What's going on, girl?
Of course. And of course, we got Smitty's corner in the house in the building.
What's up, Smitty?
And of course we have Catalia in the house. She says, "What's up, Black Man Unfiltered?"
What's going on, girl?
And that's
All
it
right.
so far.
And she said the weather has been bipolar in a lot of states. I know.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's the sign of times. I don't know if it's us that caused this stuff. Well, it is us most of the time.
Yeah. And we got Trey Ferg in the building too.
Trey, what's going on, my brother? Good to see you, man.
And also we have TJ from the Real Bravado Network. He says, I got y'all on the computer with Take Heed on the phone.
On right now?
Yes.
What?
Yes.
Damn it.
Yes.
Yeah, when we finish over here, I'm going to support my sister. She'll probably be on longer than we are.
Yeah, she's been on for a minute.
Oh, she had? Okay.
Yeah, she might be on directly.
No, okay. Yes. All right, ladies and gentlemen. So thank you again for being here tonight. You guys see the title tonight. Listen, if you want to give to the channel, please do that. This is business. We come in, we give our time, we give our jokes, our laughter, our seriousness. We come in with great conversations. Show your boys some love, man. Show Lost in Translation some love. Show the network some love. Show me some love. Come on, man. We doing the thing for y'all. All right. All right. So, guys, I want to talk about this. You see the title tonight. If I were the devil. If I were the devil, what does that sound like to you, Lost? Give me a quick synopsis.
Well, basically what it is, it sounds as if, hey, if I wanted to succeed at being the devil, here are a list of the steps that I would take to make sure that I would have my way with this world. That's exactly what it is.
Right. Now, guys, tonight I look at it like this. I agree with you. Man, listen, completely. Just to add a little bit more, the devil is real, whether you know it or not. The enemy is real. And Lost in Translation, I want you to we fight not against flesh and blood, but
of principalities, of wicked forces of this world
In what places?
in high places.
Man,
Yes.
if somebody had an agenda, if the devil had an agenda, how would he plan it out? How would he do it? If I were the devil. Well, in 1965, guys, a radio host by the name of Paul Harvey. I don't know if you guys know who Paul Harvey is, but Paul Harvey was an American radio broadcaster for ABC News Radio. He broadcast news, coming on the morning shows. He did. Let's see. I'm looking at it right here. He did middays and weekends at noon on Saturdays, and also his famous rest of the story segments from 1951 to 2008. Guys, listen. Whoo, Lord have mercy, that's a long time. 1951 to 2008, his programs reached as many as 24 million people per week. Man, so he was the podcast before there were podcasts. All right, Paul Harvey News was carried on 1,200 radio stations, on 400 American Forces network stations, and in 300 newspapers. Jesus Christ. So Paul Harvey, in 1965, he decided to come up with "If I Were the Devil." Mm-hmm. And when he came up with "If I Were the Devil," it was very listening to it now in 2024, it rings a lot, it opens a lot of eyes to what he was thinking then and what it is now, what's happening in the world today. So what I want to do is I want to play "If I Were the Devil." And I want you guys to listen closely and see if you can relate to anything that he's saying. See if you see anything that he's saying in today's time. Remember,
Let me ask you a question. When was the first time you heard this?
when
was the first?
I was in my 20s. I was probably 21. Yeah, 20, 21 years old. What about you?
I remember this when I was 7 years old. And I've been watching this thing play out over my entire lifetime.
Right.
And it's scary is because when you're a child, you don't have a point of reference.
Right.
So it doesn't make sense to you.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? You see the world in a whole different light.
Right.
But as we get older, we start to have something to relate it to. And then we say, wow, just like he said. So go ahead and play it because I want to get into this. I also got the lyrics pulled up as well, too. And we're going to break this thing down and we're going to actually use points of reference to how it ties into what he said. Go ahead.
All right. Let me go ahead and start it right now, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to go ahead and look at it. There we go. Let's see. we're gonna just let that breathe for a minute.
Yeah. And
Man.
imagine hearing that at 7 years old. Let me tell you, man, just to give you a little bit of backstory, my father was a radio announcer. So I have always been in love with radio. Okay.
Right.
And he was a radio announcer for a lot of FM stations, but this one particular station was an AM station, WERC, here in Birmingham. And they used to broadcast Paul Harvey stuff all the time. So back then we didn't have the internet, we didn't have all these different channels or whatever. So our form of entertainment was the radio. So to this day, the radio is still my first love, especially with music. So I used to sit around and listen to the radio all the time. And Paul Harvey would come on every day, and he would always end each and every show, Paul Harvey, good day. You know what I'm saying? With that same pregnant pause. So I listened to Paul Harvey as a kid my whole entire life. And then I heard this. And I knew I was in for a fight. I knew I was in for a fight because even as a child, I understood that there are certain things I'm not going to be able to get until I'm older or have a point of reference. That was when I was younger. You know, I've always had a sense of what the world is doing. And I've always had an eye to the world of what's going on, from politics to religion to sports to, you know, everything, you know, to relationships, you know, and to watch it play out before my eyes as a watcher. It is amazing. And you can actually see the hand of the devil moving across this land. Now, if you could see the hand of the devil moving across this world, then you have to be able to see the hand of God moving as well. So a lot of times people want the greatest thing that the devil's ever convinced the world is if he does not exist. And I think a lot of people don't grasp what they're dealing with. You see what I'm saying? And to actually watch this play out over my entire lifetime is crazy. You know, it's humbling. It's one of those things that you really don't know how to describe. Because as you get older, you start to see things play out. And in some ways, it's almost as if you're helpless because it seems as if you're the only person that's awake.
Now, before we move forward, I feel the need. I want to play it one more time. I think it's necessary to play it one more time. Ladies and gentlemen, Paul Harvey, 1965. Paul Harvey, 1965. If I Were the Devil. I want you guys to pay attention to what he's saying. Every word. I want you to try to put this in your mind, brand it in your brain, and try to put it where we are today. Right? All right. I'm a little slow today. 1965 to 2024 is how many years?
That's over 50 years because I know I'm 50 and I was born in 72.
Okay.
Yeah.
So over
almost
50,
60 years. Yeah.
Almost 60 years ago. I want you guys to pay attention to what Mr. Paul Harvey is saying in this recording in 1965. And I want you to think about the world that we're living in today. All right. In chat, we're going to get you something to. So please go ahead and send your super chats. If you want to give to the channel, you definitely can do that by giving to as a super chat, or you can do a Cash App. All right. It'll be scrolling by my screen in a second. All right. Let's see what we got here. Let's go ahead and play this one more time. man, we need to break this down scripture word by word. Man, there's so much to allude to. So let me ask you how you want to do it. Do you want me to play it live and pause it after every phrase? You want to do it that way? You're muted. You're muted, brother.
They actually have the lyrics up on Google,
Okay.
and you can pull up. We can share it on the screen,
Yeah.
and that way it'll be easier
Right.
for people to see it.
Okay. But yeah, so what are your thoughts, man? Like, before we break it down, like what message would you give out to people? You heard this at 7,
Yeah.
right? So realizing it now at the age that you are now, like, what does it do for you mentally?
Well, I put it to you like this: it's very chilling. You know what I'm saying? Because here I am thinking as a kid, I'm going to go out and change the world. You know what I'm saying? And to realize the devil had a 4,000-year head start on you. You know what I'm saying? And to think that he's got people in places that you haven't even thought about before yet. People in places, people who succumb to his agenda. You don't know who to trust, who not to trust. You know what I'm saying? I promise you, the only thing that really saved me was actually having a praying grandmother and father. You see what I'm saying? Because they taught me what to do at a very early age. They taught me how to see through things as if they weren't what it really was, not to believe my eyes. You see what I'm saying? And to trust in the Lord. You see what I'm saying? To figure out exactly if what I'm seeing is true. And if you understand the nature of God, it's very easy to know when the devil shows up. The devil promises you a good time. You know what I mean? And he never tells you it's going to be hard. He always say, well, you don't have to do all that. He shows up as a whisper, like he did with Eve. You see what I'm saying? And the wild part about it is that if you're not well versed at what's going on, if nobody's ever took you by the hand and said, hey, look, I'm not always going to be here for you. Here's what to look for. It's wild. And the killing part about it is I've had these conversations with my mother, especially my father, because he was a deacon too. And we used to talk about this stuff all the time. He used to say all the time, he said, I ain't gonna always be your son. So I'm gonna teach you, how to know what you're up against. And I think every father should take their kids by the hand and say, hey, look, this is what you do when I'm not here. So if we want to break this thing down, there are a lot of things in here that are in place that are always that are used by the devil. You know what I'm saying? That are used in places. And if you see them, you'll notice them. But the thing about it is things may always change, times may always change, but the tactics don't. It's the influence that you look for. Does it lead you to a place where you'll be proud after the fact? You see what I'm saying? So that's one of those things that I always like to tell people, man. If it doesn't sit right with you in your soul, you probably shouldn't be doing it. Now, go ahead. You muted, black man.
I'll read the first one. You read the second one. We'll go on and so forth. But we'll break each one of these things down. Okay?
Right.
Let me pull it up again. Paul Harvey, If I Were the Devil, guys, 1965, 59 years ago, according to Embrace the Grace. 59 years ago. Thank you for that, Embrace. And we want to break this down parenthetically here. It says, so I'll start with the first one. It says, if I were the devil, if I were the prince of darkness, I want to engulf the whole world in darkness. And I have a third of its real estate and a four-fifths of its population. But I wouldn't be happy until I seize the ripest apple on the tree. What do you got for us, Lost in Translation?
Well, basically, when he says he wants to engulf the whole world in darkness, basically he wants to separate God from the rest of the world, and his influence from his people. Now he goes into different tactics. He says, I would have a third of its real estate and 4/5 of its population. So basically, he's saying is he's going to influence 4/5 of the world. And he said a third of its real estate. I don't know if you notice or not, but there's a handful of corporations in America that own a vast amount of the real estate in this country,
And still doing it right now.
and still doing it to this day.
Right.
If you look on the news, you'll start to see there's huge corporations who are buying up all the single family homes and driving up the price of homes.
Yeah.
You know, for various reasons. And they will tell you to your face, you know, you will own nothing and you would love it. You know, I don't know if y'all have heard that in the news, but they say that stuff all the time. So basically, that's what that's saying. They will basically be able to control you by making sure they take away your shelter. So you'll have no choice but to abide by them. You see what I'm saying? Abide by those rules. Now, it also says, after that says, but I wouldn't be happy until I've seized the ripest apple on the tree, which is thee. Basically, he wants to influence the best and the brightest of us, because as a people, we have this uncanny proclivity to worship things that we probably shouldn't. That matter of fact, in the 10 Commandments, the first commandment is, "Thou shalt not have no other God before me."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And if you remember, at the bottom of the hill, when Moses got back, all the people that were at the bottom had melted all their gold and started worshiping a golden calf.
Mm.
How many golden calves do we have in our lives? Think about it. From Hollywood to radio to TV to politics, from sports, you see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Everything in place of God, you know? And I think anytime you want to know exactly what the devil's doing, he's going to take you and do the exact opposite. So if God says, "Thou shalt not have no other God before me," because he's a jealous God, and the devil was like, "Well, here's an idol for you. Worship this." So basically what he's saying, he's corrupting the best and the brightest minds so he can influence them to lead to other people. Because we have we love our heroes, man. We love to live vicarious through other people's experiences.
Right.
So that's what that means.
All right. Now, I want to finish it out, let you get this one on out. It said, "So I'd set about, however necessary, to take over the United States. I'd subvert the churches first." Ooh, we're getting deep here. "I'd subvert the churches first. I'd begin with a campaign of whispers. With the wisdom of a serpent, I would whisper to you as I whispered to Eve, do as you please."
Let's start right here. This was my first encounter of running up against this when I was in school in 79. Prior to when I was in kindergarten, we used to say the Pledge of Allegiance all the time. And we also started, the school with prayer, "Our Father who art in heaven." And then what happened was there was this lady who said that it was unconstitutional. I remember this when I was a kid, saying that it was unconstitutional to make kids say the Pledge of Allegiance in school and school prayer. When they removed prayer from school, you can tell that there was a difference. There was a break in morality, because you were always afraid that the teacher would say something to you. I'll call your mom or whatever. So you were always on your best behavior.
Right.
And it's one thing for you as a child to go to church so you can hear those lessons, but to have it reinforced in school is a whole nother thing.
Right.
So that way your mind was open to learning the way you should learn. You see what I'm saying? It creates a constant environment of morality. So that way, nothing that you learned in school was different that you learned at church. It was like you were always engulfed in righteousness, so to speak. You see what I'm saying? And I remember when they did that, they also removed corporal punishment as well too. They said that you couldn't punish kids in school anymore. You know what I'm saying? So all of that came about right about the same time. So that was my first run-in with that particular situation. I was very young. And basically what it says, and this one, it says, "I said about whoever's necessary to take over the United States and subvert the churches first." Okay. I don't know if you noticed or not, but in the 60s, there were people who were in the secret services, CIA, FBI, who had infiltrated the churches, and they were actually separating different people in these churches. You know what I'm saying? Experiencing different ideology and doctrine. You know what I'm saying? Basically different from what we had. You can really tell by the politics and how we did it, because they always wanted to put one against the other. They would say it was either Malcolm's way or Martin's way. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And they would separate us that way. You know, Malcolm would say it's by any means necessary, you know, but Martin had a dream. You know what I mean? So that was the greatest divide at that particular moment in time. So that's one of the things that I saw. And the next one it says, I begin a campaign of whispers with the wisdom of a serpent. I would whisper to you as I whispered to Eve, do as you please. Now, this one I didn't get until later on in life, until I found out who Aleister Crowley was, when he said, do what thou wilt, that is the whole of the law. Y'all do some research on that.
Aleister Crowley, who is the author of the Satanic Bible,
Right.
ladies and gentlemen.
Right.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So I didn't get that one until then. But as I got older, you know, the breadcrumbs start coming. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And he also, the next section says, to the young, I would whisper that the Bible is a myth. Man, I can't tell you how many times I've heard people try to discredit the Bible, you know, by saying, I'm not religious, I'm spiritual, you know, as if, you know, that's something better. You know, if they didn't want to commit to one way or the other, you know, it's either this way or that way.
It's
But
not
they
God,
would
it's
always
the
look to,
universe.
they would
Right.
always look to discredit God's word. You see what I'm saying? They say, oh, those slave masters use that word to get you. And come to find out, as I got older, we were the ones who had the Bible, and they took it and perverted it. So
Right.
this is actually our word and not theirs. You see what
Right.
I'm saying?
Right.
But until you get older, you wouldn't know any better. You see what I'm saying? So that's one of the things that I was looking at too.
Okay. All right. Now, he said, I would convince them that man created God instead of the other way around. I would confide that that bad is good and what's good is square. And the old I would teach to pray after me, our Father which art in Washington. Man. So convincing them that God, that man created God, we hear that now. That's man made. That ain't. We hear that now on these panels. Period. We hear that. We also hear that what's bad is good, right?
Right.
Especially with the freedom in the sex market, right? We're sexually liberated. So we're saying, so what's bad, what was considered bad is now good. But then look at the last one. He said, but what's good is square. Any person now that wants to do right or wants to do right by somebody, they have names for them, right?
Right.
Simp,
Lame.
lame. Yeah, that is absolutely 100% correct. What do you have on that?
Yeah, people do that all the time, man. Basically, what it is, people like to call other people names so it doesn't require action on their part or thought on their part. It's just easy to just put a label on somebody and say, hey, y'all, look at this lane. So it takes away from the attention from them to do their due diligence. That's exactly what that is. That's the oldest trick in the book. Think about it. When Kevin was out, the first thing they said was, oh, you're gay. You don't know what you're talking about and all this other stuff.
Right.
That didn't work. You see what I'm saying? That
Right.
did not work. And people
Still
don't succumb to name calling anymore. It's just like, you know, you showing how immature you are.
Right. And it says, our Father which art in Washington. For me, that signifies to me that, you know, the dependency on government, the dependency on man.
Right.
What do you think?
And think about it, man. When God bless you, it's one of those things where you really can't, you know, confirm it unless, you know, you have a relationship with them. But when the government hands you a check, it's real, baby. It's got the name on it. You know where it came from. You know what I'm saying? You had a blessing with your name on it. You know what I mean? And that check becomes your God. You know, think about it, man. Every year around about this time, people look forward to getting them refund checks.
Yeah,
and
man.
ball out. It's like they've been saved, you know, from poverty. You know what I mean? And it's like they've made the government their savior. Does that make sense?
Exactly.
Yeah, that's exactly what that is, man.
All right. And then he said, and then I'd get organized. I'd educate authors in how to make lurid literature exciting so that anything else would appear dull and uninteresting. We'll stop right there because the TV part's coming, and that's crazy.
Yeah. This is where people become desensitized.
Yeah, exactly where I was going. Go ahead.
People become desensitized, man.
Exactly.
And the more and more you see a thing, the less and less, the more and more you need of it to be stimulated. It's pretty much like a drug. You know, remember back in the 80s, man, in the 90s, when people used to get high, you know, off crack or whatever, it always take a little bit more to get you the way you used to be.
Right.
And now we're to the point where people sing about, you know, hey, I got VD, it's okay. You know what I mean? All type of foolishness, man.
Oh,
Back
yeah.
in the day, man, if somebody had VD, they would be shamed.
Shame.
You know what I'm saying? It's like, oh, you nasty. You know what I'm saying? What are you doing?
Right.
Now is that people wear that junk like it's a badge of honor. They got lipstick named after it and all type of foolishness, man.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, wow. And then you start to see evidence of that. Like we always talked about the rise of STDs in major cities like Houston. You know what I mean? It's to the point where you can no longer hide that.
Right.
And think about it, when we had the AIDS epidemic break out, I mean, people used to talk about it all the time, and all of a sudden people act like AIDS disappeared. Think about it. They don't even talk about AIDS no more.
No.
Yeah, the same way we had after this last pandemic we had. Nobody talks about that anymore. It just kind of disappears.
And think about it. Now AIDS has disappeared, but now they don't even talk about the AIDS virus anymore. They're pretty much talking about HIV.
Yeah.
And now they're using it as a positive. This is what he's talking about. Have you seen the commercials? They have all these gay couples on the commercials. So they letting you know, hey, this is the origin of it, and this is what we're sticking with, right? Because this is what they're showing. They're not showing heterosexual couples on these commercials with this medicine. They saying they got the name of the medicine. I forget what the name of it is, but in the commercial it says, if you want to be undetected for HIV, this is the medicine for you.
That's deception.
Right. And so basically, if you meet someone, you'll go to the doctor and have the STI test done, and nothing will show up because the medicine hides it. It says undetected. It didn't say cured.
Right.
So yeah. Oh Lord, where did we stop? Oh, okay. He said, I threaten TV with dirtier movies and vice versa. I'd peddle narcotics to whom I could. I sell alcohol to ladies and gentlemen of distinction. I tranquilize the rest with pills. Well, sir, I threaten TV with dirtier movies.
Yeah.
Like you just said, we're desensitized.
Yep.
They're not holding anything back on TV anymore. You'll turn on TV, it's two men kissing and humping on each other. It's two women humping on each other. It's heterosexual couples kissing, humping on each other. Just imagine 1990 if you seen Dr. Quinn walk out the room before she went in with Sully. She walked out the room with a thong on, walking in there to go do some work on somebody. What? People been like, oh, it'll been over. I remember when Prince first came out, they were talking about the Catholic Church went and bought all of his albums and put them in Center Square and burned them. Put gasoline on them and burned them. They wouldn't put up with that what he's talking about now, right? The dirty stuff. Oh no! And so
I'm gonna tell you how they did it, man. They first started with the language. Remember, they used to have a rules of a label. You remember, this was like right around the Luke era. You know what I'm saying? They used to have earlier before that. They had standards that they would show on the TV saying, hey, you can only say this, you can only say that. And movies were rated on based upon how many curse words you would have. You see what I'm saying? And that was when they had rated G, PG-13, NC-17, rated R, and then they used to have rated X. You know what I'm saying? They used to have rated X at the movie. They don't even talk about that no more. Now they move rated X online, so you don't have to talk about that no more.
Exactly.
Hiding in plain sight.
It's in plain sight. And he said that I'd peddle narcotics to whom I could. I mean, we know the epidemic of narcotics. Come on now.
Right.
Fentanyl is tearing their asses up, right? We had the crack epidemic. All right. We had the crack epidemic, and now We have the fentanyl epidemic as well.
Right.
People are just taking this shit and just freezing in time.
Right.
He said, I'd peddle narcotics to whom I could, which everybody, you see old, young, rich, middle class, poor, all of them are dealing with the drug use. They are, all of
You
them.
know, that started like in the 60s, man, when they
Mhm.
had LSD
Yeah.
and they moved it on to the hippie culture where they had weed, you know what I'm saying? Everybody smoked weed. That was Willie Nelson's drug of choice.
Right.
You know, and then of course, you know, Rick James said cocaine was a hell of a drug. You know what I mean? And from there they did, you know, freebase and crack rock in the 80s and 90s. You know what I'm saying? In 2000, you know, weed was still doing this thing. Heroin, remember that?
Yep.
And now they had the lean in the 90s, you know what I'm saying? The cough syrup or whatever, you know,
Exactly.
the perk, what they call it, perk 30, perk 50, whatever they call it, man.
Yeah.
Now they on the
Percocet.
pills or whatever.
Mhm.
And now it's full circle. And I think the reason why people do that is to escape, you know, and that leads people to a little bit of escape. But the thing about it is, once you're no longer high, your problems come back. So you're gonna need a little bit more to get, you know, to release from reality one more time. And I think that's the problem. And that's the reason why it says gentlemen of distinction, you know?
And right. And then it says, I tranquilize the rest with pills. Oh, now
Right.
you already know what's going on now.
Right.
Right? They popping pills. This fentanyl, I'm telling you, bro, fentanyl is the devil, right? It's shit. Fentanyl damn near up there. It is up there with crack.
Right.
Yeah, that's a lady at my job says fentanyl is a three-step dance with the devil, and you did. So, but we're dealing with that epidemic as well. So that reigns true. We see that today. But then,
do you remember when we had bath salts, man, back in the day?
man, come
that
on,
junk used to turn people into zombies. They would go around biting people. You know what I'm saying? That was crazy.
Yeah.
But nobody
Damn,
talked about that no more. They had to hurry up and get it off the street. They was like, wait a minute.
Yeah, I hadn't heard
they got
about
people out here eating people.
Man, I hadn't heard bath sauce in a while. That's that was a long time ago.
Right.
But then let's go into this one. He says, if I were the devil, I'd soon have families that war with themselves, churches at war with themselves, and nations at war with themselves, until each in its turn was consumed. Now, listen here. Go ahead. I'm gonna let you go.
I'm gonna let you go with this one because I've been cooking, man. Go ahead.
Listen. Devil will, he said, I'd have families at war with themselves. Look at it now. Even biblically, from a biblical standpoint, he says, in the end days, mothers will hate their daughters, daughters hate their mothers, fathers will hate their sons, sons hate their fathers. But in 1965, he alluded to putting this here. If you go online today and you scroll down on your timeline, you'll see a mama beating the shit out of her daughter, putting her daughter and shaming her daughter online, and the daughter shaming the mom online. You see a lot of women who have accepted stepdaddies who have come in and touched their daughters. And the mamas are telling the daughters, you're not going to break up this family because you're jealous of me. You see these things every day. The church at war with themselves. Look at T.D. Jakes right now, right? T.D. Jakes used to have, he was the biblical standard of religious power. And now he's considered a power bottom.
From the shadows of innuendo.
Yeah. The church at war. I've seen churches that said they're about to get in the weed business.
That was your boy Jamal, Pastor Jamal.
Brother Jamal Bryan said, he said his church is about to get it, since it's legal. The church is about to get in the weed business. He said, why?
So they can get men to church?
Yeah.
Come on, man.
He said, why would they buy it off the street when they can come to church and get it?
And get a holy high. You know what I'm saying?
A holy high.
Get a holy high.
Jesus Christ. And then he said, nations at war with themselves. Are you seeing what's going on around the country right now?
Yeah, that's pretty much self-explanatory.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
So let's see here. Where did I stop? He said, then until each in his turn was consumed. All right. So that's happening now. The consumption of the church, the family, is being broken apart. The churches are being broken apart. Nations are fighting each other. That's all there. That's all real. Right. And with promises of higher ratings, I'd have mesmerizing media fanning the flames. Good God Almighty. you ever see something happening or a riot happening or something? They go to one group of people that's tearing some shit up, burning some shit down, and they stick with that.
Yeah.
And the city can be completely quiet, but they'll stick with it. They say this is what's happening around the whole country, right? They took one group of people that says pigs in the Black Lives Matter movement, which I have some disagreements with that movement myself, but I'm just using that as an example right now.
Right.
We hate pigs. We hate pigs. Police officers are pigs, right? That was
Right.
one group of people out of 30,000 people, but the media fanning the flames, right? Fanning the flames.
Right.
Um,
Most of this stuff comes down on the wire, man.
yeah.
And if you see it, I remember watching this video on YouTube where they had all these different TV stations saying the exact same thing, word for word, across the nation. There's only a few nations, a few companies that run the media. So when it's come time for them to run the agenda or to push the propaganda, as they would say, they would send them the script. When as a kid, I used to go down to Channel 13 here in Birmingham, and they used to have this big printer they used to call the Wire, and that was where their news came from. They was like, "Yo, yeah, this is where we read the news from," da 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 da. I was like, "Man, that's cool, man." But it wasn't until I got older, the internet came up, and people started clipping stuff, putting it together. I'm like, "Wait a minute, who's writing all this stuff?" It comes from the AP. I'm like, "Well, who the AP owned by?" And you start putting stuff together. And then you start saying, hey, that's owned by them. So those people want you to control the media a certain way. And it also goes back to this TikTok issue too. The reason people think the reason why they're getting rid of TikTok is because of the Chinese is spying on people and using your data. Well, we've got American companies using your data. The problem is that they don't have the influence to spew their propaganda because people can speak freely, which is actually one of our First Amendments. You know what I'm saying? The freedom of speech. And if you don't have if you don't have the ability to speak freely about the evils and the tyrannies of your government, then what can you do? Now they're saying is if you say this and you say that, you'll be considered an enemy of the state. Now, wait a minute. I thought the government was supposed to serve the people, you know what I'm saying? Not the other way around. And my thing is this: when you have a totalitarian government who goes around and tells people what they can say and when they can say it, is that really freedom? Is that really freedom? So this whole issue with TikTok, and then here's the thing: this is how I know it's not bad. They said if it was something that was a threat, they would shut it down immediately. You know what I'm saying? They say, well, you got 9 months to make up your mind to sell it to some nice company here over in America. What kind of mess is that, man? That's like holding a pistol to a company's head and say, sell it to us. That's like Debo coming to your house, tell me, give me your gold chain. You know what I'm saying? And TikTok's like, my grandmama gave me that chain. You see what I'm saying?
What chain?
So exactly. What chain? That's my chain, homie. You know what I'm saying? Right. So I mean, what do you do in situations like that, man? When they take away your ability to free speech? Because even here on YouTube, we're censored to what we can say and what we can't say.
Exactly.
And I honestly believe, and I see why Jesus spoke in parables now. You know what I'm saying? So people can say what they need to say without saying what they need to say.
Exactly.
You see what I'm saying?
And so let me get to the second part. He says, if I were the devil, I would encourage schools to refine young intellects, but neglect to discipline emotions. Watch this. I want you guys to pay attention to this line. I think this is one of the most important lines in this. If I were the devil, I would encourage schools to refine young intellects. Let's look at the definition of refine. Refine says to remove impurities or unwanted elements. It says improve something by making small changes, in particular, make an idea, theory, or method more subtle or accurate. Meaning, you don't have to define yourself as a male or female. You don't have to You can be them, they, those. You could be a dog. You could be whatever you want. Refine these children to believe that they can be anything they want. If you consider yourself a dog, we will respect that. If you consider yourself a girl and you're a boy, we will respect that. He said, but also neglect discipline. Neglect to discipline emotions. That's why we are seeing what you're seeing now. This is the softest era of children I've ever seen in my life. They're softer. They're more sensitive. They're not tough at all. They're not fighters. They want to be, gangsters or shoot each other, stab each other. Kids are taking their lives at an enormous rate because somebody called them ugly. Right?
Right.
And so we didn't discipline those emotions. When boys, back in the day, when a boy act like a girl, he was reprimanded.
Oh yes.
Oh yes. And when a boy put on his mama's heels, he get his ass knocked the fuck out. And so, they didn't play that. The men would come and grab those boys and put them to work. Get out in the yard and work. Now the boys are able to sit in with their mamas. They're sitting in conversations with their mama. We're dealing with it. 80% of households right now are single mothers in the Black community. 80% of our Black women are single mothers and have an average of 3 children and have an average of 2 baby fathers. And you're raising these boys and they're going to take on your characteristics. They're going to start acting effeminate, acting like women. And back in the day, he says here, this was coming. He says, we would encourage schools to refine young intellects, meaning we're going to encourage the school to change the rules. You got to respect people who want boys who want to be girls, girls who want to be boys, people who want to be called they, them, that, and whatever. Well, you got to respect that, right? We're going to refine people's minds to respect that and understand that's an acceptable thing. It says, but we neglect to discipline emotions. And that's the reason our kids are the way they are. We neglect to discipline emotions. When these boys start acting feminine and crying and kicking and screaming on the ground, and the moms are videoing it and posting it online instead of getting their uncle to come over or their dad to come over to wear that ass out.
Right.
Where you didn't get away with it. Girls, young girls, if you were caught with your breast out or your ass out, you would get slapped immediately. There was no, girl, what you think you doing? No, the parents didn't even talk to you back then. They had a chop to the throat for your ass. Little 12-year-old girls, 13-year-old girls. Listen, man, lost in translation. I go to my daughter's basketball game. Can't believe it. My daughter's 13. Can't believe that these girls have these many layers of makeup on at 13 and 14 years old. Can't believe they got eyelashes on at 13, 14 years old. Can't believe weave down their back. If they sit down, they pull their whole scalp back. I can't believe that these young girls at this age are doing it and their moms are allowing it. They allow their daughters to look like fucking whores.
You know why, don't you? Because somewhere along the line, somebody told these young girls that they weren't pretty enough. And you know what the killing part about it is? Someone told their mothers the same thing. So they living vicariously through their daughters. Oh, look at my daughter. She's crossing XYZ line. Look at her with all the makeup on.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? That's the reason why they do that.
This is crazy.
Yeah. Now, when it says encourage schools to refine young intellect, you know what I think about that, man?
Go ahead.
It's one of those situations where they force you to think a certain way. You don't have the latitude or the freedom to think the way that you want to think. It's like, you need to pass this course. Here is the test. Here's what it is you have to take. You know what I mean? When we was in school, they used to make us go home and we used to have to solve a math problem a certain way. My dad told me, he said, hey, I'm going to show you how to solve this math problem at least 3 or 4 or 5 more ways. So that way, when you run across a certain way, you don't get stuck. That's real life, man. Sometimes when you go through life changes, and you have to have the ability and the mental agility to be able to change and move. You know what I'm saying? My teacher would always ask us, for the answers to the question, but my dad always told me to question the answers. You see what I'm saying? Where did that come from? Where did you get that from? Exactly. And I distinctly I remember getting into it with my 7th grade teacher because I called her out on her BS. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
And then they sent me to the office, the principal's office, and said, hey, what did he do? Well, he questioned what I taught. And my dad came up to the school and he was like, well, man, were you wrong? And she was like, yes, but he shouldn't be doing. He said, no, ma'am. He said, you should have said that you were wrong. Because when you teach a whole entire class wrong, everybody fails. You see what I'm saying?
Yep.
So me and that teacher never got along. After that, I had to be removed from her class, because I questioned the answers. And I think a lot of people don't question enough answers that we've been given.
Right.
And I think that's what that means when it says refine young intellects. We don't give them the latitude to think. And I think that's where it comes from. Think about it. If we gave children the latitude to think as if that the freedom to think they would never put up with some of this stuff. Their homeboy come to school with some rabbit ears. Hey man, I'm a rabbit today. He said, man, stop playing. You ain't no damn rabbit.
Yeah, go sit your ass down.
Right. That's some foolishness, man. We don't get down like that. You know what I mean? And how many other people would actually have the courage to say what need to be said without fear of being ostracized? You see what I'm saying? Weird stuff like that we have to check, man, and start asking questions. Well, why you feel like you want to be a rabbit? God made you the way he made you for a reason. Why you want to neglect how he made you and decide that what God said was wrong? Have you had a conversation with him yet? Did you ask him why did he make you the way he made you? You'll find out that you're very special and you have a very specific need and you wouldn't want to change. You see what I'm saying? So I think if we taught kids the ability to think for themselves versus having them to think that the way that everybody else think, then we would have more creatives. Because think about it, when we were in school, man, we always wanted to be inventors. We always wanted to come up with things. And now as you get older and you go in school, they beat that out of you until you become whatever it is you are today. You know what I'm saying? Half the people who asked and said, hey, this is what I want to be when I was a kid, they ain't what they are today. Little Timmy said, I want to go out to be a fireman. Well, guess what? Timmy worked down at AT&T in the call center now. Could you imagine what that does to your spirit?
Yeah.
You had a dream deferred.
Yep.
You see what I'm saying?
I'm going to tell you what somebody told me before. I'm going to share this with you.
Go ahead.
I was in middle school and the Air Force came. And they were like, who's interested in joining the military? And I was just an excited kid then in middle school. I think I was in 6th grade or something like that. Right. And I was raising my hand. He said, young man, you want to be a pilot? I said, yeah, I want to fly. I want to fly. And he told me this. He said, you will never be able to fly planes in the military. You will not be able, or what did he say? You don't be able to fly, or you won't be accepted to fly even get in flight school because you wear glasses.
Right.
Dream deferred. Because at first I was like, damn, I want to go and fly planes. When they came, I was excited as hell to be there. I was like,
let me ask you this.
What
did you think when you found out about red tails? After the fact?
Oh man.
So the very people who told you what you can't do, we done already did it.
Yeah.
To the highest of how you do it.
Yep.
You see what I'm saying? So how did that make you feel when you found out about the red tails? They were a bunch of pilots who did it the way you wanted to have done.
Amazing. And so that stuck with me for a long time. And I was like, damn, like somebody can discourage a kid that young. I think I was in right in 6th grade, just a fresh 6th grader. Right. When that happened. So I do believe that what you just said is absolutely true. Let me go to the next part of this. He said, we will neglect to the discipline emotions. Just let those run wild until before you knew it, you'd have a drug sniffing dog and metal detectors at every schoolhouse door. Whoa,
bro. Let me tell you, when I was in high school, I remember when they put our metal detectors in.
Man.
And they did have drug sniffing dogs. In between lunch breaks or whatever, just random, they'll just bring a drug dog in and sniff people's lockers. Yeah, they wouldn't tell us though. Will everybody be in class? And that's the reason why they always say, hey, you can't go out to the hallway. Well, I gotta use the bathroom. No, you don't. Then all of a sudden when you do go, then you see some police officers in your hallway and they got a German Shepherd sniffing through people's locker rooms. And next thing you know, you hear somebody on the intercom, little Johnny Mitchell, please come to the principal's office.
Yep.
Yeah.
And this is 1965, ladies and gentlemen. I just want to make sure y'all understand this was in 1965 when he wrote this. However, it says within a decade, I'd have prisons overflowing. Then this is self-explanatory right here.
Yeah.
I'd have judges promoting pornography. Soon I could evict God from the courthouse, already done. Then from the schoolhouse, been did that. And then
You
from
remember
the
Roy
houses.
Moore? You remember Roy Moore from Alabama, judge?
Yes.
And he had the 10 Commandments in the courthouse, and they made him remove it. Remember, that was a big stink about that, man.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I remember seeing, I hope I'm correct. I remember seeing Detroit passed a law where they put Baphomet outside the courthouse, the devil.
They sure did. Yeah.
Yeah. Let me see if that's still there. See, I think that was in Detroit. Yeah, there it is. Yep, it's in Detroit. It's been there since 2015. And they passed it where they could put the it's a picture of it right here. Let me show y'all a picture of it. Jesus Christ. When I tell you, Lord,
so
have
how
mercy.
you gonna remove the 10 Commandments and then turn right back around and stick Baphomet on the outside?
Man.
You know what I'm saying? Letting you know this is the McDonald's, you know what I'm saying, of the world, you know what I'm saying, of the spiritual world, you know, of a billion serve. Here you go.
Yep. Let me put this in there. Okay, let me just gonna share the screen. Let me show y'all real quick.
Go ahead.
Let's see. There it is. Look at this.
Oh, yes.
Let me zoom it in a little bit. That's the statue in Detroit.
Right. And look how they got the little kids looking up to him.
Little kids looking up to him. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Now, this was in 2015. Now, you can look at this picture and it'll say a lot. Right? It'll say a lot. Because basically that's what's happening right now. Kids are highly influenced. Remember, he said the media will be fanning the waves?
Yep.
Kids are on TikTok. Kids are on X now. Elon Musk said, I don't give a damn what you put on X. You have free will to do whatever. So you'll be scrolling down X and see a dick or a naked person, or
bro, you can't even share your screen when you pull up X.
Yeah, you can't. If you pull up
see
X,
anything.
Don't. Yeah, you'll ruin your whole channel. It'd be best not to get on X. Mm-hmm. But yeah, that's it. That's Detroit has that. JT, we need answers. All right, let me pull this back up. All right, now it says here, where did we stop? Okay, within a decade, I have prisons overflowing. We already know that's happening. I had judges promoting pornography. Soon I'd get evict God from the courthouse, then from the schoolhouse, and then from houses of Congress. And in his own churches, I would substitute psychology for religion.
Boy,
go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Listen, when you had a whole Scientology that popped up out of nowhere, you know what I'm saying?
Yep.
That's wild, man. And this was way after, you know, Paul Harvey said this way in 65 before the Church of Scientology came out. Remember, that was a real big thing back in the day, man.
Mm-hmm.
And now the stories are just not coming out about what really happened, you know? What all the horror stories of what them folks went through. You know, that's crazy, man.
Yes, sir.
And they would deify science, you know. Our favorite you know, physicist, what is it, Neil deGrasse Tyson? You know what I'm saying? He's always telling you what is and what isn't, you know what I mean? Every time you look up, they're trying to debunk God every chance they get.
Absolutely.
You know? Every chance they get.
All right. Now, to move on, he says, I would lure priests and pastors into misusing boys and girls. Come on. Yeah, we ain't even got to define that. We ain't got to get into that. We don't even have to do it because we see it. We see it. We see the Catholic Church is big. For the Catholic Church, the men are just in love with little boys. I don't understand.
In Atlanta too.
And
so-called mega churches.
Oh,
you know, with pastors who ain't here no more.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he maggot food now, but yeah, even here in Dallas, one of the most profound preachers ever. They're running that cult over there. What's the name of the damn church? With the fish aquarium in it?
I don't know,
IBOC.
man. What?
Yeah, IBOC. They have a $2 million fish aquarium in their church with sharks and squid and stingrays in it, and it wraps around the entire church. While you're in service, it's a goddamn squid swimming over your head.
That's
And they
gotta
were
be a
on,
distraction.
yeah, they were on Animal Planet. They did a big special on Animal Planet, for them being the first church in the world to ever put an aquarium that big into a church. They also sometimes for the kids after church to have the guy get down in there. One of the swimmers, divers will get down in there and start feeding the sharks and put on a show for everybody inside the tank. Yeah, it's huge.
Bro.
That church is huge. Takes up about 4 or 5 blocks. It's right here in Dallas.
Man, could you imagine somebody going down to get baptized and get ate up by a shark?
Oh my God. The church is taken, and the pastor's name is Ricky Rush. Yes. Is Ricky Rush, and all the streets in that area are named after him. Ricky Rush Avenue, Ricky Rush Boulevard, Ricky Rush Road, Ricky Rush Restaurant that's inside the church. You can go there 6 days, 7 days a week and eat on your lunch break. It's a restaurant inside the church. Ricky Rush, just a theater, amphitheater, all this stuff. The church is huge. You can sit TDJ. Let me tell you how big the church is. You can sit TDJ's church is fucking huge. You can sit TDJ's church inside of this church and have room to build another one and have room to still have church.
That's huge.
Like this church is 4 or 5 blocks big. You hear me? Yeah. Oh,
that is huge.
Hey, there you go. Somebody in the chat put it in there. The IBOC church. Exactly. You are exactly right. Are you in Texas? Are you in Texas, sweetheart? It's like a cult. Damn near majority of people in Texas have that IBOC sticker on the back of their car. You say something about their pastor, they ready to kill you immediately. But anyway, he got accused of messing with little boys.
I'm not surprised.
But guess what though? That shit was out in the paper for a weekend. Monday morning, disappeared forever. You never saw it again. That's power. I told you.
When media want to make stuff disappear,
oh, that's power.
They don't talk about it no more. Think about
it.
Diddy got on the plane and disappeared, and we ain't heard no more about him no more.
Diddy, yep, that's over with. That's
power. He just left the news cycle.
Did you see Diddy's son at Pastor Geno Jennings' church?
No.
Yeah, Geno Jennings was preaching.
No.
And Geno Jennings' son zoomed in on him and said, "Daddy, we got the son of Diddy here today." And Geno Jennings said, "We don't care if it's Diddy's son, D2 son. We don't care if it's 50 cents, half a cent, a pound, half a pound. We just thank God that you're in the house of the Lord tonight." And they prayed over him. Sure did. All right, so let's get back to this. It says here, misusing boys, girls, and church money. Well, my God. There have been pastors right now who have $65 million jets.
And you know what? They've recanted and said,
dollars.
You know what? I was so wrong to tell y'all about tithing and sowing seeds.
Oh, you talking about Benny?
Listen,
I'm talking about do it again. Yeah. But he's a goddamn liar. Let me tell you why. Benny Hinn said that about 2 years ago, right?
Right.
Somebody put 2 videos side by side. 2021, he was saying we shouldn't talk about tithing anymore because I won't ever talk about it again. They just showed him at a conference 6 months ago, saying tithing is what God wants. You need to tithe and give to the Lord, which is His. So he's right back on prosperity preaching because I think the church took a hit financially.
Of course.
They absolutely. Cleaned it up. Oh yeah, absolutely. And so they misuse of money. Did you see what's his name with the big old eyes and the hair curled to the side? He's right here in Texas.
Who?
The pastor. He's a TV evangelist pastor. The one that bought Tyler Perry's jet.
I don't keep up with the Perrys.
He bought Tyler Perry jet from him. Let me look it up real quick. Anybody in the chat know who it is? Put it in the chat.
If you know, put it in the chat. Who bought?
If you know who bought Tyler Perry's jet? Yeah, who bought Tyler Perry? Okay, here we go. When I say his name, you gonna know. Oh, there you go, Kenneth Copeland.
Not Kenneth Copeland.
Kenneth Copeland. Yeah, he bought Tyler Perry's jet for $23 million.
Man.
He said. The lady confronted him, the news lady confronted him. He put his finger in her face and said, "You listen to me. I'm not riding on no commercial airline with a plane, with a what he said, with
a plane full of
sinners,
demons.
He said, how can I prepare for God's word when I'm surrounded by demons in the air? He said, don't you ever question me. You hear me, woman?
I remember that he was saying that coming through the roof of his limousine. Remember that?
Yeah. Kenneth Copeland. Damn. But Creflo Dollar,
he done recanted all his tithing action. He said, I was wrong.
He got the $65 million jet. You know what? I want to know who he has in his financial department, because they raised $65 million in 8 months. I'm trying to figure out how is that possible. Because
they probably hit the super chat and the cash app.
Oh yeah. I'm trying to figure out. Whoa, hold on a minute. Okay, yeah, Creflo Dollar defends his $65 million jet that was raised by his fundraisers.
You know, the old jet was old, man. It was getting a little long in the tooth. He had to make sure he arrived to where he got to arrive for the Lord in style.
Boy, this a big ass jet. This a big ass jet. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ.
It ain't big enough.
Ooh, Lord, I'm looking at the jet right now. Hold on a minute. Jesus Christ. They say it's a Gulfstream G6. Good God.
That's the G6, baby.
They said $65 million Gulfstream G650 ER private jet, like the ones owned by billionaires Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos. They both own one.
That's right.
And Creflo Dollar has one.
Yep. And you know what? Here's the thing. The sad part about it, they gave an interview when Creflo was raising the money for the jet. They had an interview with this older black woman sitting on the side of on a bus stop, saying that she gave her money so that the pastor could have a jet. How you flying in a jet, sir, and you got your parishioners riding the bus?
Did you hear what I said?
That don't make no sense at all.
It don't. And I'm looking at it right now. It says the Gulfstream G60 ER jet can fly from pole to pole in the earth. Listen to me, guys. From pole to pole in 47 hours. That motherfucker moving.
Yeah.
That motherfucker moving. You hear me? Whoosh.
So that means you can go anywhere, anytime for the Lord.
It says you can go 9,600 miles nonstop on a tank of fuel.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. Woo, 65. And Creflo got that jet right now.
Yep. To this day.
Ain't got to pay nothing. Did you also know Creflo Dollar don't pay bills? He don't pay car insurance. He don't pay car bill. He don't pay nothing. They said that the church will make your gift will make, they believe that your gift will make room for you. Meaning the pastor does not have to pay anything. He doesn't pay any bills, light bill, water bill, trips, whatever.
Yeah.
He go to the church, present. Me and my wife want to go to Switzerland this summer. The church gets the money, puts the money aside, and they prepare the trip for him.
It's kind of hard to prepare the sermon, man, if your mind is wrapped around paying some bills. You know what I'm saying? Oh man, I'm having a hard time hearing what the good Lord is telling me with all these bills all in my ear. You see what I'm saying? Come on, man.
He's now I want to get to the last part here. It says here, if I were the devil, I'd make the symbols of Easter an egg and the symbol of Christmas a bottle. When I heard this, it's funny. When I heard this, when he said Christmas a bottle, all I could think about is those two white polar bears.
Coca-Cola.
On that damn Coca-Cola bottle.
Yeah.
For Christmas and Santa Claus, remember?
Yep.
Also Easter and egg. And remember those commercials? What was it?
Them Cadbury eggs with the bunnies.
Cadbury, come on.
Yeah. Yes, I remember that.
Meow, 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 meow. Remember that shit?
Exactly. They had the rabbits clucking like chickens. Remember that? Yeah. They had the rabbits laying eggs, chocolatey eggs. That is
absolutely correct. Now, guys, I'm going to say this again for the people that just showed up. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, please, while you're in here. If you want to give to the channel, scroll at the bottom of the screen for a Cash App. And if you want to give a super chat, you can do that as well or become a member of the channel. All right. So, and hit the like button, share button, subscribe button, because that does help the channel. Appreciate you guys. Now, I'm going to get to this last part. He said, if I were the devil, I'd take from those who have and give to those who want it until I had killed the incentive of the ambitious.
You know what that's all about. That's the reason why don't nobody want to come to work no more.
Boy, you
come on now. You ain't ready.
You think about it. During the pandemic, fucked it up for employers.
Oh yes.
And the PPP loans, and people understand. Then it woke people up because people said, "Wait a minute, hold on. You mean to tell me I've been working at fucking Waffle House making $2 a fucking hour and plus tips, and the government told me to stay at home for COVID, and they're gonna send me $3,500 a month? Oh, I ain't doing a goddamn thing else."
Right.
Oh, my job said I could stay at home and work. I don't have to get out my bed, go pump no gas, and drive my car 30 miles a day. Oh no.
And that's the very reason why we got to get some new people in this country.
Yeah.
To do the things
that they won't do.
People don't want to do
and
no more.
And guess what? People bitch and complain about people coming into this country illegally.
Yeah.
But they're going to do the jobs that you won't do.
Exactly.
They're showing videos of people on TikTok right now. There was a guy running the whole Burger King by himself, doing the burgers, making the burgers, dipping the fries, checking people out, going to the window, and working the front
right.
cash register because they were shorthand. Nobody wanted to work. So now, if you got 3 Hispanic people come over here and say, "I will take those jobs," you think they're not going to fucking hire them? Stop the cap. All y'all complaining about this illegal immigration. Yeah, that illegal immigration is helping this country chug right along, because guess what? They're building these buildings that you walk in every day. They at your McDonald's, they at your Home Depot. They're lifting things off the shelf for you. They're picking peas, they're picking cotton, they're picking peaches,
mushrooms.
And shit.
Listen, this is how I know. This is how I know what was up. You remember a few months back, I told you we did a show about how this guy was in Connecticut. He was growing mushrooms. And he couldn't get them because of the way the law was set up,
right?
Because he couldn't harvest them because it's considered a seasonal crop,
right?
And you couldn't bring people in for a season because mushrooms go year round. You know what I'm saying? So basically, I was saying, look, eventually they're going to start bringing people in, and I'd be doggone. A few weeks ago, here we come, people coming on in through the borderline. We talked about this way before it happened. Remember that?
Yep.
Oh yes.
So, because I'm thinking about this, how many of you 19, 20-year-olds that's playing the video game every day, living in your mama basement with the air conditioner on, not going nowhere, and anybody pushing you to be nothing, and you think it's a Mexican man that just crossed that border will go out and pick all them peaches all day, or sit out there for 8 hours a day in that fucking blistering hot sun and pick that shit? And let me tell you something. Don't put the Statue of Liberty in the water and then say, "Bring me your tired, you're weak."
Your poor yearning to be free.
You're yearning to be free.
Yeah.
And then turn around and say these motherfuckers can't come over here. And then you talking about they need a green card. I hate to hear people say that. They need a green card. Okay. Well, goddamn, it take 5 years to get one, motherfucker. If a man 40 years old, he gotta be 45 before he can get some type of freedom of work or make something for his family.
And don't they gotta pay some money too?
Matter of fact,
like
they gotta pay for it. Matter of fact, motherfuckers, how about y'all come over? How about everybody get a green card? Because these European motherfuckers over here, these white men, they ain't got no green card. These motherfuckers took the country, stole the country, brought diseases, killed the Indians. The Indians should get together today and say, you know what? We coming off this reservation. You motherfuckers ain't finna corner us in no one part of the world. We coming off this reservation, and you motherfuckers gonna pay us. And listen, you need a green card. If you ain't got your green card, get off our land. You Europeans need a green card too. Hell, we were, as a black culture, we were brought over here on the goddamn boats. So now we didn't require a green card. We was illegally brought into the country by illegal immigrants too.
Now, see, America need to be brought up on charges of human trafficking.
And you know what the biggest insult is, lost in translation, brother? I'm finna let you cook. The biggest insult is that you would take California and Texas, all these, Mexico was, come on. We know California was, come on now. was Mexico. Stop the cap. And you know what the biggest insult is to Hispanic Americans? Is that you would tell them they can't come into this country, but you took Mexico from them and turned it into California. And then let me tell you what they did. Lost in translation. They threw it in their face. And now that we took it from you bitches, we're going to name every city in this motherfucker after it's going to have an Hispanic name. San Jose, San Francisco. What?
Santa Fe.
Santa Fe.
Come on now.
You're naming the cities, the origin of these people, or the people who stayed, who were here first, who was there first, and you took it from them. Man, get the fuck, man. Bruh, man, it's crazy, bro. The world we live in is crazy. How people are so stupid, right? You try illegal immigration, those people just coming home.
You know what I find very hypocritical? You know what I find very hypocritical of black men? It's amazing how every time we ask nicely for reparations, oh, we don't have the money. But it seems like every week they can come up with some money for overseas.
Oh, yes.
This pandemic showed me that America got deep pockets because they gave everybody a check.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. But every time it comes time to paying us back for what they owe us, we got to do a study. No, you don't.
Uh-huh.
No, you don't.
And guess
what? If
you
really wanted to do what was right, you do what was right if it was in you.
Absolutely. And my thing is this: you were sending these PPP loans out without even verifying these people.
Bro, now they coming back.
People was using abandoned buildings as their businesses. You send them $10,000 checks, and then you were sending food stamps. I remember women at my church that were less fortunate. Right, I have nothing against women get food stamp. Get that shit and give me some of them. But food stamp. But it was women getting $3,500, $4,500 worth of food stamps, and plus, so if they were getting $800 a month in food stamps, they were still getting their monthly food stamps. But they also got the lump sum food stamps of $4,500, $5,000, $6,000, $7,000. Some people $10,000
right
worth of food stamps.
Right. America
went berserk, saying, "Look, y'all, peekaboo. We can give y'all this kind of money. Now get that shit back." So yeah, this is crazy. Okay, let's go ahead and get through this. I'm gonna get some people up here before we close out. Right. It says, "If I were the devil, I'd take from those who have and give to those who want it until I had killed the incentive of ambition." We just talked about that. And what do you bet? I couldn't get whole states to promote gambling as the way to get rich. Texas ain't never approved gambling, and now they have. Mark Cuban has sold 51% of the he's still owner, but he's not the majority owner anymore. He's at 50%. He sold it to his other lady at 51%. No, he's at 40. No, I'm lying. Yeah, he's at 49%. Yeah, so now he sold her the other half of that business, and he's not the sole owner of the Mavericks anymore. She bought all that shit. Mm-hmm. Very wealthy family. And guess what they're doing? She said, "Well, we're going to build a new stadium here in Texas for the Dallas Mavericks, and then we're going to turn the stadium into a huge casino. It's going to be a huge casino.
It's going to be huge, right?
Huge.
It's going to be huge.
And now even the lottery. Oh, the lottery's up to 400 million. Motherfuckers out there spending their last trying to get lottery tickets to get that $400 million and won't even get close to it. Can't sniff it.
Right.
God damn it. And then it says here, I will caution against extremes and hard work, and patriotism and moral conduct. That's self-explanatory. It says, I would convince the young that, here we go.
This is our favorite part right here.
Yeah, I will convince the young that marriage is old-fashioned and swinging is more fun. Listen to me.
What they call it, hookup culture. Is that what they call it now? Exactly, you hit somebody up on the app, and have them back that thing up, hit it from the bike, you know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Hey, I just want to get to know you for the night, baby. I ain't studying all that other stuff.
Marriage is old fashioned.
Yeah. I didn't want to have no kid, girl. Why you around here having these babies,
Sexual liberation.
Exactly. I'm effing my baby daddy, down here at Planned Parenthood, you know what I'm saying? with murder on my mind. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and
Come on, man.
and that second part right there. Ooh, what it say? It says that swinging is more fun, and that what you see on TV is the way to be.
Mm-hmm.
And thus, I could undress you in public, and I could lure you into bed with diseases for which there is no cure.
Mm.
So, if I were the devil, I'd just keep right on doing what I'm doing. Y'all, that was, if you want to go listen to that, that is on YouTube everywhere. 1965, If I Were the Devil by Paul Harvey, ladies and gentlemen. So listen, I'm gonna invite y'all up here if y'all want to come up and have a conversation with us about what you've heard. Please turn your cameras on, and please don't have no bonnet on. Make sure you have, and put your teeth in if you
don't be smoking and drinking.
Yeah, put your teeth in. If your teeth ain't in, put them in. Okay,
I will tell you this, man. This conversation has been a long time coming.
Yes, sir.
It's been a long time coming.
Yes, sir. And we,
as a little boy, man, I used to, go to different churches, and they would have different plays, and they would always tell people how things are going to play out. I can remember, people laughing and mocking God, and then on the day of judgment, he would call each little different group up. And I remember when the little mockers would used to be like, this is God. He ain't this, he ain't that. He ain't real. Next thing you know, they got him in front of them. Little children, go away from me. Depart from me. I don't know you.
I don't know you.
And next thing you know, the doors of hell open up and they getting burnt up. I remember that play when I was little, man. I remember, And then they talked about, having the mark of the beast in your hand when you can't buy or sell anything. I think we pretty much getting to that point now.
Yep.
We almost got there, man, where if you didn't show your papers where you had been treated.
Oh,
there were certain things that you couldn't participate in.
Yeah, we were almost
remember
there.
that?
Yes, sir.
And now all of a sudden, it's really not a big deal. All type of weird stuff, man.
You're absolutely correct.
Thinking to myself, well, if it's no longer needed, then why do we do it?
Exactly. And you listen, I was listening to Congress. They had a meeting. I need to find it and put it on here so we can have a conversation about it.
Right.
But they sat him down and they asked him, they said, does the C-19, what is it called? I'm having a brain fart.
Strain.
Vaccine.
Yes.
Does it work? Does it prevent you from getting it? He said, well, sir, sir, I'm asking a direct question. We don't have much time. The guy evaded again. He said, sir, please just a yes or no. He said, no, not at this time. He said, sir, would it prevent people from dying? He said, well, we got to look at the science of it. He said, sir, yes or no. He said, no, people have died still getting it. He said, what was the purpose of giving it to millions of people if it doesn't prevent it from you from getting it, or it doesn't prevent you from dying? What was the purpose of putting that in people? Some people don't even know the ingredients of it. What's in it? What they put? No. They asked him straight up, and he just sat right there in front of Congress and told the truth. It doesn't prevent you from dying, and it does not prevent you from getting it. So what's the point of pushing that poison in my arm?
What made me leery, man, was the speed and velocity of which they had.
Yeah, the name of it was warp speed. Yeah, yes. Warp speed. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
We're gonna bypass, suspend all our normal procedures in which whether we detect something that's going to be safe for the public or not. And it's for public safety. Here we go.
Yep.
You know who else did the same thing too?
Who's that?
We're gonna talk about it later on. George Orwell's 1985. Oh. We're gonna do that probably next Thursday. I think we need.
Oh man, come on,
man. Listen, man. Listen, I'm a bookworm, man.
Me too.
I'm a bookworm, man.
Me too.
Yeah.
Wow.
So to watch all this stuff play out, imagine being a 7, 8, 9, 10-year-old kid. You got Paul Harvey on one ear and you got George Orwell on the other. And then you growing up through your life watching all this stuff come to pass.
My God.
You know what I mean? Ain't nothing nobody can tell me because I've been living long enough to see it happen.
Exactly. Because, and we want to wish a happy 70th birthday to Black David. But yeah, man, you're right. You're absolutely correct.
Right.
You're absolutely correct, brother. We need to start doing these more often because a lot of people are not well versed. A lot of people hadn't even heard this before. I was looking in the chat. People was like, wow, whoa, wait, where did this come from? 1965, ladies and gentlemen.
Right.
1965. I also have a video. I'm gonna do a show on that as well, where Martin Luther King, we stop him at the speech, "I Have a Dream." But we'll get into it more, because Martin Luther King, before he passed away, Martin Luther King said these words: "I have lived to see my dream turn into a nightmare." And I think we should go back to where things were, because I don't think what we push for is for my people. Jesus.
You know what? The sad part about it is that this stuff has been in play for a long time. If you're not an avid reader, you know what I mean? If you don't know how to spot the signs, you don't know exactly what's going on. I can remember when I was maybe about 8 years old, 7 years old. I remember Jimmy Carter getting on TV talking about Agenda 2000, basically population reduction. Now, as a child, I'm thinking to myself, who gets to choose who leaves or stays? That's been my whole entire lifetime, thinking about who's going to choose who leaves or stays. And then on top of that, black man, while your mic is muted, we got people like Bill Gates, touting, hey, the best way that we can get people to get vaccines is to reduce the population. I'm like, wait a minute, you can't just buzz by that, player.
We also need to do a show on the Georgia Guidestones.
Oh, yes. And what happened to them,
Yeah, they gone.
and the time, what happened to them.
They were there for years until people started waking
Christian, up. His mysterious Lego blocks.
Yeah, they were there. Georgia. They were there for years until people start waking up.
Right.
All of a sudden, boom, bang, bang, gone, destroyed.
Exactly.
But if you look at it, the list of things that it said, the first thing was to drop the population of the earth by
500 million, down to 500 million
people total on the planet.
Right.
So,
good evening, my brothers. How you doing?
I didn't invite you up. I didn't. Did I say anything to you? You didn't speak.
I know you didn't say anything to me.
You
I want to ask what
you didn't say nothing. You just come up here, hey, like you Jesus.
I didn't say good evening. I say good evening.
You could have said that in the chat, Black Day.
You could have said that in the back chat. You spoke in the back chat.
I did say that. I did say that in the chat, though. I said good evening, my people and family, though.
Okay, what do you need? How can we help you?
No, what you guys was saying, it kind of like connected that what I was reading back in Nigeria, because Bill Gates was also trying to reduce the population of people in Africa for no apparent reason. And people start to catch on to it, they start to kick him out for that. Because I understand about the agenda they have for the U.S., but who have the right to dictate what they need to do in Africa when they don't own it in the first place? Why are you trying to have all these propaganda and these modes? Because I'm sure there's another letter out there and come to divide and conquer black people altogether as a whole, globally speaking. Or am I wrong?
It's not just Africa. It's people around the world. It's China. It's India. It's right here, United States of America. The reason why they do that is places that they're claiming that it's overpopulated, but we got places in this world that people don't even exist. What they're saying is it's a strain on resources. Well, yeah. It's because they haven't figured out how to monetize all the food yet. Because think about it, when we grew up, food grew on trees for free in our grandparents' backyards. You see what I'm saying? So there was really a whole lot of no need to go to the store as frequent, as often as we do now. You see what I'm saying? Right. So if people just got back to cultivating their own yards and stuff like that, then we would have enough food. But in order to do that, you got to make sure people have their own land, their own spaces, their own autonomy to cook and make their own food, grow their own food. And you wouldn't have to worry about the population decreasing or increasing or whatever. You'll have the people with the know-how. Well, the problem with that is that it's kind of hard to turn a profit to sell food if everybody growing their own food.
Now, I want to share this with you as well. Okay. There is I don't believe anything these people say, and I don't trust them. I don't trust the government. I don't trust anything anybody says about strain on food and other shit. You know why? Because this earth is a huge place and there's a lot of places untouched, unseen, undiscovered. Half the pyramids that they found in the Aztecs and all this shit was under brush, under plant life. But anyway, there was this guy. He was in the jungle and he happened to fall through a little hole, almost killed him damn self. The ground caved in under him. Well, he ended up finding one of the largest caves on planet Earth. It's in Hong Song Dong. Is a massive, I'm reading this to you. It's so massive that it contains its own jungle. This is a cave. Listen to me now. Stay with me. It's so massive that it contains its own jungle, underground river, and it has its own weather system.
Yes, I remember that.
The sun can be outside the cave. Inside is raining, thundering, lightning. It's got its own ecosystem. You mean to tell me, brother? I'm telling y'all, listen, we got to get deeper with this stuff. I got chills right now even bringing it up. We got to get deeper because this inner earth and all this other stuff that people be talking about, I think that shit is absolutely real. Just think about it. This man was walking along and just stepped on a hole and found this damn place. Who was living there? And it's fucking beautiful. When
undisturbed.
Beautiful, the grass is green, the trees are beautiful. It's got its own jungle inside of a cave. It's got its own plant life. It's got insects they've never seen before, bugs they've never seen before, wildlife they've never seen before. It's the fucking place. Matter of fact, let me see if I can pull up one of these pictures. I mean, when I tell you it is beautiful, bro, I mean gorgeous. And so the whole top of the cave, when humans start to fuck with shit, they knocked a whole big ass hole in the top of it so they can get down in there.
Right.
Yeah, look at these pictures, man. Oh my God, let me share this. It's amazing. I keep saying, like, I'm gonna let y'all while I'm pulling this up. She said exactly, BMU. That's the limestone cave. Absolutely, sweetheart. And you know what? Somebody said they found limestone deposits on at the tip of Mount Everest after taking samples, meaning that Mount Everest was once underwater.
Yes.
Listen to me now. The highest point on Earth, one of the highest points on Earth, Mount Everest, was once underwater. Shit.
Do you know they got actual pyramids under the water in Japan?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes. We got pyramids on all 7 continents.
And this is how I know people don't understand it. And somebody said it the other night that everything came from black people. Who said that? Oh, Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett said it is a fact that everything originated in Africa. Africa is above sea level over every other country. I mean, every other country or every other place in the world.
Yes.
Right? Any other continent in the world. Ricky Williams, you're absolutely correct. Listen, I'm going to name the show that As Above, So Below. Yeah, we're going to do. Oh, yes. Listen, we get into that conversation, boy. We're going to have to start at 6 o'clock. A hell of a conversation. Good God. Let me pull this up. Hold on just a second. Black David back there eating gizzard. All right, let me see. All right, here it is right here. Look at this. Look at this. This is inside the cave. Let me zoom in. This is inside the cave right here, guys.
That is incredible.
Look how beautiful that is. Look at that. That is just gorgeous. Look at it. That's a man on this one right here. Let me put. That's a man standing right there. They call this the birthday cake. He's standing. That's a man. That little figure right there is a man. That shows you how big the cave is. Look how beautiful that is.
Right.
Look, when they walked in,
those are the people down there at the bottom. That's a whole entire camp of
that's
people.
A whole camp of people right there. But look at this one, the bigger, the picture I got the arrow on right here. Oh, right here. Look at this right here, guys. Let me try to see if I can make it bigger. This is what they walked in on, guys. This is inside the fucking cave. This is not outside.
That reminds me of.
This
that reminds me of King Kong and Godzilla. Remember, King Kong was underground and he had a whole different world. That's exactly what that is.
This is inside the cave. It's got its own jungle, own ecosystem, own weather. Inside the cave, this is how it look. You would think, like right now, you would think, damn, this is in the jungles of fucking Congo jungle. No, this is inside that big ass cave I just showed you guys. That's amazing. And you can't tell me what nobody living there. It's got streaming. It's got everything you need. It's got vegetation. It's got water. running river water, and they test the pH in that water, and it's drinkable. So you mean to tell me that cave been down there for all those years and that water didn't get acidic? Why is the water not acidic in that cave and that cave is closed off? That water should be unhealthy for anybody to drink. And they did a pH test on that water, and you can go in there right now and get a cup of it and nothing happens.
Well, you know why, don't you?
Come on, man.
Because it ain't been exposed to the contaminations
Exactly,
of the above ground.
bro. Look at this. I'm going to show one more, then we're going to get Joshua in here. Look at this picture, bro.
It's highly polluted. There's garbage everywhere.
You been here?
Yeah, it's in Vietnam.
I want to go.
Vietnam.
Josh, send me a plane ticket. Can I come and look at this shit?
You don't want to go. This is a shit. This is a really bad place to come.
They done went down there and messed it up.
You done went down there and fucked this place up.
There's a few places that are fairly okay, but they're it's because of tourism barely keeps them open.
Yeah, I told you.
Those caves used to be really nice about 20 years ago when tourism came and they just throw garbage everywhere.
Yeah,
that includes the Vietnamese.
That's crazy.
They should shoot their asses. I mean,
it's just nasty. I mean, it looks pretty in the photos, but then again, that's how Vietnam is. You can look at all of the tourism photos; they're real nice till you show up and then find trash everywhere.
So you're in the city part of Vietnam, right? Like you're not in the.
I'm currently in Saigon.
Okay. So how you doing tonight, Josh? I didn't even speak to you, man. What's going on?
Man, I got problems with some of the talking points.
Of course you do. That's why we're here to have discussions.
So to be fair, right? I'm atheist. The only problem that I really have is a lack of faith. I haven't gotten there yet, but I'll figure it out. But I'm also a Christian nationalist, which kind of means that politically, I'd want Christianity to dominate. Now, going about it obviously ain't going to be the Christian way of doing things. Biblically, I just put it this way: to go about bringing in Christian domination within a government spectrum that's highly illegal, anti-biblical. Like, you're just not supposed to do it that way. But anyways, so like I've heard talking points like the nature of God. That's one that I don't even understand. How can anybody talk about the nature of God? How would anybody know? You've got doctrines that specifically talk about it. Say the Trinity. Trinity was all about the nature of God. Tertullian, I think it was from 126 AD, 126, 150 AD, somewhere in there is where that started. And that's not even technically a new concept. Before the Trinity, it was called the Triad. That was from Jewish philosophy. So why are people talking about the nature of God? How the hell would any person that walked the face of this earth understand the nature of God? Like, even come close to remotely trying to comprehend it?
Are you asking us a question? Oh, I thought
yeah. My question was to start with the nature of God. Why do people talk about it like as if they can comprehend it?
Loss? You want to jump on this?
Oh, yes. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the thing. Everything created has a nature. You know what I mean? From time to time, it may change, but for the most part, it's about the same. I'll give an example. Most women have the ability to have children. You know, whether she choose not to or not, that's on her. Okay. God has a nature to create. Also, he has the ability to show us mercy, also to give us grace. So in essence, basically, if you give people grace and if you show people mercy, in essence, that is the nature of God. Here's the thing. God doesn't want us to kill one another. That's the nature. You see what I'm saying? He doesn't want us to do that. Now, whether or not we go along with that, you know, that's on us. That's the whole purpose of free will. So that's the evidence of the nature.
Okay, so if you say that God's nature is to create, it's also to destroy. So in the same concept of, wouldn't one null the other one out? So God has the nature to create and destroy. Thus, it means nothing, at least not to us anyways.
Right. But so here's the thing. Here's the thing about that. he knows the beginning and the end of everything. So whether we can rationalize or reason it, you know, that's up to us. But
Right.
here's the thing: that's above our pay grade to worry about stuff like that. Our
I strongly
issue,
agree.
yeah, our issue is whether or not we actually are good to one another. That's our issue, and we struggle sometimes with that based upon our own way that we see ourselves. That's the
Good.
reason why some people steal from other people, because
So
they don't feel
if I
like they
can
shouldn't have it.
if I can provide a scripture that actually stipulates that we shouldn't be good to all people, we should shun some people, well, actually
Right.
many people. We should oppose, should kick them out of the church, throw them out of society, get rid of them. I mean,
Well, let me
that's
ask you
even
this.
scriptural.
Let me ask you this. When Geno Jennings accepted P. Diddy's son in the church and said, hey, you know, we'll pray for you,
I
should they
don't
have
know.
shunned him?
I don't know who that is, but the answer is yes.
Okay. Even if he shows up saying, hey, look, I want to repent.
Yes.
Why?
Christianity is kind of turned weak. Dare I make God, I gotta say this the hard way. Pussified. Christianity has turned everything into this like soft concept. We should tolerate this, we should tolerate that. No, scripture says don't tolerate it. Get rid of it. Matter of fact, I think well, depending on what language you want to read it in, it says burn it out. Get rid of it like a cancer. So accepting things in churches, no. You should. This is probably it's a big problem I have within Christianity. It tolerates way too much. It should be excommunicating. I think the Catholics do it, not enough. I think they're highly selective with it. I mean, everybody. When churches became about money, that pretty much ended that. The Roman Catholics, they were notoriously known for the tithing and all of that. This is not new to like modern Christianity. However, everybody seems to be replicating the same crap. But the answer is no, it should be thrown out. You should be a decent person.
With no chance to repent.
Not within that church. That's between you and God.
Right.
You don't need to.
So
with that
being said, I'm not going to take away God's right to condemn, because I don't have a hell or heaven to put nobody in.
This wouldn't even be from the church's perspective. That wouldn't be from a man trying to put another man into heaven or hell. That's basically saying, look, that's a debauchery that we're not going to associate ourselves with in any format. Go away, or we'll force you away.
Right.
It's really just about cleaning up your own house. It's really what it comes down to.
I mean, you can. Yes.
You should.
Yeah, you can. But let me ask you a question. How many of us are here because somebody didn't decide to throw us away?
Oh, I don't know. I have no idea. I have no idea.
At any given point in time, any of us could not choose to be here.
What do you mean? Could choose to not be here? What do you mean, like suicide kind of thing?
No. Sometimes people can take your right to existence out of your hands.
Oh yeah. You could could get killed at any given time.
Right.
It was the same concept of rights. Like you guys were talking about, like well, I guess the Bill of Rights. They're a fiction. They don't really exist.
Right.
They can get removed at any given time. An example, like the right to vote. Pick up a felony, it goes away instantly. Same with the right to bear arms. Freedom of speech doesn't even apply on a platform. It only applies to the government. The government can't basically dictate what you can and can't say. Correct. Within certain clauses. But like YouTube, that doesn't apply.
Correct. But I will say this, though, based upon some of the principles that we have, America's pretty a safe place to live. You know, think about it. There are certain places on this earth
compared to other countries. Yes.
Yeah, you just can't just show up. You know, people will unalive you, you know, just because they don't like you or you're not from here. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. So with that being said, I think, you know, this is a pretty neat place to live for now until we mess it up. You know what I mean? So,
Oh yeah, I don't disagree. Next month I'm going back stateside. I'll be so happy to get home. I've been gone too long.
right.
Yeah, I'd rather be. I've been to 40. See, I've been posted in like 47 countries, give or
Hmm.
take a couple. I'd much prefer to be stateside.
Right.
And New York, it's even worse. It's upstate New York, not New York City. Even
Right.
there, as bad as that place is, I'd rather be there than most other places in the country
Right.
or in the world. Sorry.
Josh, I'm gonna admit something to you, man. Just so you know, it takes a lot for me to behave. You know what I mean? I could say a whole lot of slick stuff to people, but I just choose not to. You know, because A, it's not a good look. B, it
Isn't that
doesn't
the case for everybody though?
it doesn't endear you to a whole lot of people. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
And
but
it takes a lot for me
is,
not to
isn't
get
that true for
loose.
everybody?
You're right. But what does that need to do right come from?
The need to do right?
Yes.
Oh. We're talking about like the concept of consciousness and
Yes.
moral stances. You know
Yes.
what? That would be a better conversation. That would be a much better conversation, and I got no answers. None whatsoever. I struggle with it myself.
Right. And to think about it, man, there's people who haven't developed that yet, man. You know, and I think the world is a lot safer place when we actually extend ourselves to people and say, hey, look, this is not how you do that. You know, you
Can
may
I,
not see the benefit of doing this because, you know, you're filled with rage and you're filled with anger,
well, do you
but you don't
believe it?
understand what could possibly happen after that.
Do you believe it's a thing that is like you just come to understand, or do you believe it's taught? Do
I
you
think
believe
it's one of
more?
those things to be honest, it's one of those things you come to understand because based upon whether you are in your life or not, somebody may not have always taught you that. But it's like a whole lot of things in life. You don't understand it until it comes back to bite you. I mean, let me tell you, I'll give you an example, man. When I was a kid, you know, it was this guy who used to mess with my brothers all the time because they was at separate schools and they used to bully my brothers. You know what I'm saying? So
Mhm.
every day they would walk home and he would just, bother them and fight them or whatever. You know, my brothers were smaller, you know. So one day they came home and they told me about it. And I was like, oh, really? Okay. So one day I left school early because I was at a different school. I got on my bike, drove a few blocks, and I walked my brothers home. And I caught the guy in the act of messing with my brothers. Well, let me tell you what I did. In my rage and in my thoughtfulness to want to protect my brothers, I found the biggest stick I can find and commenced a wailing on his ass.
You hear what I said?
You know what I'm saying? I made sure that he would never lay his hands on my brothers again. Now, here's the killing part about it. In the midst of me whipping this boy's ass, there was another man that came by in a pickup truck, saw this boy getting his butt beat so bad, he opened up his door and told him to jump in to save his tail. That was nothing but God saving him that day because I wasn't giving it to him.
Did you hear what I said?
I wasn't giving it to him. I was giving him the business. You see what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
over time, you don't know, that boy could have came back and did something to me. You see what I'm saying? And I would have been unalived, not thinking ahead of time. Instead of rationally talking to this person, say, hey, man, I appreciate you not putting your hands on my brothers. But me being young, not knowing, you know what I'm saying, succumbing myself to my emotions and exacting revenge, that's not a good thing. Because think about it. You got places like Chicago that are just revenge centers, people killing people because they kill family members and stuff like that. I was just lucky that he didn't have an older brother that decided to handle me like I handled him for handling my brothers. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. It's the characterization of good and bad.
Right.
Here's where I got an issue, right? So, was it Isaiah? I think it's a book of Isaiah, I think 45, I believe 6 and 7. Basically, God created the dark or darkness. He created the light, created
Right.
good. He created evil. So the question is if God created the badness, the bad stuff, right? Is it necessarily bad?
Well, here's the thing. You can't appreciate the light without the darkness.
I agree.
You see what I'm
You
saying?
wouldn't be able to comprehend one without the other.
Correct. So you wouldn't know of God's goodness until you've actually been through some stuff.
Right.
So I don't think God, it's just like the Bible says, all things work to the goodness of the glory of God, even the bad stuff, you know? And it's up to us to learn the difference. Think about it. If we always had sunshine, we would never have rain. Nothing would grow.
So
And if we always had rain all the time, we wouldn't be able to appreciate the sun.
That being the case, if it's the evil is there for like a learning mechanism, if the bad things are there to learn from, right?
Right.
Wouldn't that imply that you don't just come to know things? You come to learn things.
Correct.
So that being the case, the moral stances are taught, not just, I don't know, learned by osmosis or however else that mysticism comes about.
Now here's the thing. Some of that is learned, and some of that is what I did a show called epigenetics. Some things you just don't understand you're doing until you know it. You know, my very first YouTube video, I did a video on epigenetics. You know what I mean? It was.
Mm-hmm. You there?
Here we go. You still there?
Yeah. Did I freeze or was it you?
I think it was probably me, man. You know, this that Comcast, man. You know how
I thought it was me. I got CommuNet, so same thing, maybe. I don't know.
No. Mine does it from time to time. I have Charter, man, and it does that from time to time. The reason I knew it was me is because both of my screens start messing up, and of course, you know, I'm watching on my iPad, so I know when stuff is messed up. But anyway, like I was saying earlier, we did a study. I did my first podcast was on it's called "Are You a Man or Are You a Mouse?" And we talked about epigenetics and how certain things are learned and certain things are expressed through genes. You know what I mean? And one of the things I saw was they talked about how mice were exposed to electric shock when they were introduced to the smell of cherry blossoms. So what happened was they had about maybe 2 or 3 generations after that, that they had babies who had never been exposed to the smell of cherry blossoms. But when they were exposed to it, they exhibited anxiety, even though they hadn't been exposed to that stimuli. And there's even scriptures in the Bible that said that the sins of the father become the sins of the son. So a lot of the stuff that we're learning in science is just itself revealing itself in science of stuff that people have already talked about. We just call it science now. Does that make sense? We're explaining it away now.
Well, yeah, that's science doesn't go into the realm of any kind of concept of God. It can't go into the realm of anything it can explore.
Or prove. Or replicate.
I'm not even so sure that it's actually a really good idea, even speaking for Christians. It's probably not a really good idea for God to be provable.
Right. But they do, though. Think about it. Think about the hadron collider that we have over there in CERN, man. You know, they were trying to figure out the God particle, the Higgs boson particle. You know, they wanted to prove the existence of the Big Bang theory, and they called it the God particle. We do this all the time, man. We want to build our Tower of Babel through different ways all the time. That's what we do.
People do it. Big Bang theory was founded by Lemaitre, was a Catholic priest.
Correct.
Yeah, people do it. The point still stands, though. Like the idea of a proof of a God existing, I don't know if I'd want to be on this planet when that happened. That would just break out a lot of wars. That'd be a lot of killing. It wouldn't be a nice place to live for a little while, for sure. At least till everybody.
Could you imagine? Could you imagine being wrong on that side of the equation? Think about it. If it was the other way around, you know, you die and you mag your food, you're gone, you're done. But in the event that you're wrong, that's a hell of a gamble. I would rather live my life on the side of doing right as much as I can.
Yeah, I don't. the concepts of right and wrong get kind of a little bit fuzzy. Obviously, I'm an atheist, so I
The
don't
reason
know.
why I say don't do what's accepted because times change. It's like we talked about earlier, man. You know, what we accept now, we couldn't have accepted before. You know, society does what it does.
Yeah, but that's people living for society. That's got nothing to do with you as an individual. If you're
Correct.
chasing society around, you've already lost anyways. You've
Correct.
lost the game of life. You've lost the game of your own individuality anyways. You're basing everything you do off of other people. You've
Correct.
already lost.
Correct.
So I got qualms with that in a different way too, but I don't know. I don't know. It was just the talking points. I had a lot of issue with the talking points. I don't think there should be much of a need for it, to be honest with you.
Why?
I think people have gotten to this point. They want the easy answers. Well, like we already are at this place where we want the easy life as it is, right?
Right.
But now we also want the easy answers. I'm kind of at this opinion that the easy answers are just as dangerous as the easy life.
What's it called? Occam's razor. Sometimes the most easiest thing to explain is the actual reason for what it is.
It just doesn't seem like if giving people easy answers is going to help them very much.
It doesn't.
It seems like the lesson, the hard-earned lesson, seems to be still be the best way to go. Some people just got to touch the damn stove.
Right.
Hell, I'm kind of a big fan of pushing people toward the stove, but I mean, that's the evil part that I'm not supposed to be. But
right.
I miss Miss Jenny. We need to get her up here.
Listen, let me explain something to you, man. I'm of the camp of obedience is better than sacrifice. I've had my hands burnt enough times to know that when I see something coming, I'm just gonna go ahead and do what I know that's gonna be right.
I would agree with you, but
it
that
has
was
served me well so far.
I would agree with you, but again, that's the Greek philosophy being introduced within. Was it Philos of Alexandria? He wasn't the first guy that came up with it. It's
Correct.
just he's the one that officially got labeled with it. That was
Right.
the introduction of the Greek philosophy and with the Hebrew philosophy, and this is where we're at today, based off of it. But the idea prior to that was you're just going to do what God tells you to do, or you're going to die. Real simple, nice and easy. Like you didn't really need all of the extra, I don't know, talking points to get by. It was just
right.
do what you're told to do, or die. It's real simple. And the talking points, that is too much of it.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show. JT from the What We Know podcast.
What's going on, man?
What's happening, JT?
Not much, brothers.
How long have you been watching, brother?
I've been in and out, bro.
What do you think about the show so far, man? The issue of if I were the devil.
Yeah, I've been watching that for some time now. I've even had shows on it.
Let me ask you a question, JT. When you first saw it, what did you think?
The first time I saw it,
yeah,
he was dead on. It was spot on, and this was before all the things that we can see right now. This is probably my first time seeing it was probably about 15 years ago.
Right.
And yeah,
what did you first think, man, when you first saw it?
He was spot on. This was during a time where I was really transitioning myself, you know, when it comes down to the way that I think, how I looked at the world. And it just, everything seemed like it was just chaos to me. Like it was so much stuff that I got where it was just like, wow, man, we just haven't been, nobody is really having the real conversations, you know? So it's kind of like, during that time, it was just like he was just spot on. It felt like, I don't know, man, because that was done in what, 1960 something?
65, yeah.
1965.
Yeah.
So I was putting that together with what we have right now, and it just came down to mathematics.
How so?
So, you know, it's basically the karma in which we lead, right? 1 + 1 = 2. So if you do these things here, this is what's going to be, what it's going to equal to. Right. So that's what I seen. I didn't start really understanding how he got to that until when I started looking at things from a scientific way, and I started looking at things like religion,
Right.
Understanding what communism is, socialism is, capitalism is. These were the things I was looking at. I was like, well, it would make sense if someone studies the past, they pretty much will, it'll tell you this is what it's going to be, especially if you read in doctrine, the Quran, the Bible, all these different doctrines, and you're challenging what you think you know. You will get to a point where you'll be like, let me just quiet myself down right now, because it makes you really upset when you see that so many people is going towards the wreck, right? Or the explosion.
Right.
And you like, hold on, how do I get them to stop? But you can't. So it's a part of me that was like, I need to try to save my people. And then another part of me was like, you can't save everybody.
No, you can't.
And then it just got me to the point where I was just like, all right, you got to start getting on the path of at least trying to be as righteous as possible, right? Because if you don't, it's not going to end well for your children. It's not going to end well for the people that's close to you. It's definitely not going to end well for you. So that's basically what I was looking at. So what he said, I guess if you pay a lot more attention and you just listen to what he's saying, and then you just start paying attention to how the world was before you came to fruition,
Right.
I guess it'll be very easy for you, yo. It's
Right.
going to be very easy for you. It's just hard because we make it hard. We keep going against the grain. That's one of the biggest things. Keep going against the grain. Like even when I hear Joshua, the first time I heard Joshua say, yeah, I'm an atheist. But, I try to follow the principles of Christianity. I was like, whoa, that was some dope ass shit he said.
Right.
Where, the average person got triggered.
Right.
Not me.
You know what I like about Josh, man? Josh questions the answers. I was the same way. That he's a man after my own heart. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Always question the answers and where he got that from. So when he brings up concepts, I'm like, yeah, he thinking.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I appreciate that.
And see, I read a book called it's called Religion Literacy. It's not a real big book. And it was written by an atheist. And he was talking about certain principles and the things that he questioned. At the end of the day, it was like, okay, I get what he means by being an atheist. Because there's so many different ways. A lot of people think you're talking about devil stuff and all kind of stuff. No, it's not that. Actually, it's at a point where you kind of you clean your canvas, right?
Right.
That's basically it. One of the best things about being that, you can start putting in your own principles, having your own understanding, owning your own thoughts. It's like having a blank canvas.
Right.
And then you can go that route. And then, especially like listening to what Josh was also saying, was that he's not looking at it in a pessimistic way. He's looking at it in a way where it's like, I need to challenge this.
Right.
Right.
As you should.
As you should.
Right.
Because in my opinion, most people that claim to be religious are worse than atheists. They don't have, and I don't even like to say worse, but they have other people's thoughts.
Right.
They borrow other people's pain. They borrow other people. You know what I'm saying? They don't have anything that's original to themselves.
They don't have any experience, basically.
Right. And it keeps them from having true understanding, right? And a lot of them don't know. They know nothing about walking in the path of righteousness,
right?
Because they don't think anything's wrong,
right?
You know, so that's one of the things I seen also. But with that video, man, I remember Black Man I showed that thing since I've been knowing him at least 7 times, 6, 7 times. So
Right.
you know, I've been watching it for a while, and it just kept I just kept going back to it. And it's more than just that. It's a lot of other things that it'll blow our mind.
Oh yeah, we're gonna get into it.
No doubt.
We're gonna get into it. You know what made me think about this next line where it says have families at war with themselves? You remember this video you had, I think it was last week when you had a show where this dude was punching his son in the face. You remember that? Because he had a gun, remember that? You know, and the Bible speaks to, don't provoke your children to wrath. But it also says, train up a child in the way he should grow. When he's older, he will not depart. See, a lot of people were saying that, you shouldn't, beat your kids and all this other stuff. But at the same time, they don't spend enough time with them to teach them and say, hey, you kind of don't want to do that. And here's why, So humiliating him probably didn't endear him to his father. But at the same time, we don't know how that's going to turn out. He'll get older in life and say, you know what, I'm glad my dad beat me. But we don't know that for now. Right now, we're still in shock that his dad hit him, in front of the world, basically, for the world to see and forever, But we don't know we don't think about it. We look at this thing from different angles. From people who are fathers, they're thinking, hey, I got to do whatever it takes to save my son right now because I don't want him to leave right now. And then if you look at it through the eyes of the kid, it's like, my dad don't love me because he just put his hands on me. You see what I'm saying? And then you got the rest of the world looking in on watching from the outside, saying, how could he just humiliate him in front of the whole entire world? And at the same time, we're still thinking people with different experiences looking at it through different lenses. It's like I explained to you the other one when I said, train up a child in the way he should grow. When he's old, he won't depart. And at the same time, you got the same people who taking the Bible and says, fathers provoke not your children to wrath. So my question is like Josh is right to ask, which way is the right way? Think about it.
Right.
So I'm glad he's here because he brings a certain level of honesty to the conversation because he questions the answers.
I don't think those two concepts actually conflict with each other. Like if the idea that spanking your child promotes wrath, that's a weird concept. That would be like, what are you doing? Just beating your kid because you just decided to wake up and oh, the hell with it. I want to beat somebody's butt. Like, that's weird, but that's not the same concept as discipline, right? Like, that's the whole point of spanking or corporal punishment, if you prefer to that route.
Right.
Spanking only works for so long anyways. Once they turn teenagers, you almost got to break their back, put them out in the yard, and make them work for like 8 hours. That'll work too.
Yeah. Well, take somebody's time, take things away that they find to be valuable is the number one. That's why we have prisons. You do a job, bad, you get arrested, we're going to take your time. And even when we're taking your time, we're going to take it double if you do something incarcerated. Now you're going to be in solitary.
I've got a hard time with the corporal punishment argument, and the reason is because the child. It's kind of weird, right? Like, who's going to know that kid better than the parents? The dad's going to know whether it's effective, whether it's the right way to deal with the kid or not. Like, he's going to be the one to know. He's been there most of the kid's life, so what the hell, right? The whole corporal punishment, I'm not opposed to it. But I also don't sit around and dictate, oh, this is the bad way to do it or whatever. That's the parent's job, right? It's not my job to do their parenting. I got my own kid. I'll parent him. You got your kids. You do your way. It's real simple. It seems like people just want to, drag us all down to the same principles, and we don't all have the same principles.
Can't.
Right.
I will say this. I don't believe that we can make up our own principles. I think we actually end up adopting somebody else's. This is the one thing that got me into Christian nationalism was because, well, crap, it's got the infrastructure there already. It's got the process of how to deal with certain issues. It works really well. And even if I sit here and take every concept of God and just throw it out the door and just take the Bible as itself.
Mhm.
It's a bunch of old geezers 2,000, 3,000 years ago wrote down a lot of stuff. Well, hell, they've gone through all of this before. It's a guidebook. At the very least, like at the worst possible case, it's a guidebook. It's useful.
Mhm.
Period. And that's
Well,
looking at the worst way.
right, but there's nothing wrong with borrowing someone else's principles because it makes sense because you're using it for application. The problem that I have is when you have someone that tries to use other people's principles but don't apply it, but they use it to shame other people. That's what I have a problem with.
Yeah, these are the militant atheists you were talking about. I have a real nasty problem with militant atheists. I came up with a group of them, and I'm fighting because the vast majority of them start from a point of hatred. I'm angry at something, and so I just want to lash out. Well, hell, that's just childish bullshit. You go away. Like there's nothing to argue about. You're just pissed off. Till you cool off, there's no reason to have a conversation, kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
But militant atheists, they're going to be the majority of atheists out there. They're dangerous people, very dangerous people.
Mm-hmm. And the thing about you guys was having a conversation about I don't know if it was the differences, but you were asking, is it something that is innate in us or is it something that was taught, right?
Right.
It's a hybrid of both because of being human beings, we are old. Human beings are very, very old. So one of the things I look at is the way that we behaved, right, earlier in this whole thing called creation was based off of the needs of the earth. It was for the needs of the world. For instance, when you had people that were more militant when it came down to someone's taking something that's precious to them. We didn't have the technology we have right now. You have a village, women, you had children, you had the real thing of children, which is goats and cows. These were things that were for us. However, there was another probably, village of people that didn't have what you had. So what was the natural thing for them to do? If they couldn't get it themselves and they see that you have it, they're coming to pillage, they're coming to take, and with that comes death. They coming to kill. They got armies, all these different things. So it was a lot more. Once we started getting older, technology started being more advanced. The world starts to be a little more insulated. We didn't have those primitive values. It's still innate in us, but now it's been taught a different way. So it's like a hybrid of both.
I gotcha. Yeah, okay. That makes a lot more sense.
So even when you look at, that's why I like looking at other animals. Because think about this. You got a 2-year-old hyena or a 2-year-old cat. They can have a baby after, a certain 1 or 2 years. What do they have to do? They ain't go to a hospital. There's not another cat that's sitting there telling them this is how you have a baby. When you're hungry, you're going to eat, right? And and their behavior is based off of the needs. That's what it is. So, they'll show a lion letting gazelles and shit just run around him because he's full. He's not trying to kill him. He's naturally just like, okay, this is what it is. But when his nature kicks in because of the needs of the earth, he do what he has to do.
I couldn't offer too much pushback just because I can't technically disagree with the biological. So like one principle would be survivalism, right?
Right.
Nobody teaches babies not to fall over, but if you stand one up or sit one up, right, he'll naturally, like, if he's going to fall over, he'll naturally put his hands out to stabilize himself, as a way. Whether it's been environmentally, he's learned to kind of like hold himself up, that this is an upright position, however that works. But I would tend to think that there's a biological something's in there already that implies that. So survivalism, I put that into a biological. Now, if you get into certain behaviors and things like that, as you age up, sure, there's things that are taught that come about with it. My pushback generally comes down to is when secularism. Secularists also make crazy arguments about like we have an inherent right to live, right? And I'm like, no, you don't. That isn't a thing, right? You have a right to defend yourself.
Right.
You would think so, but the whole concept of right to life, no. There's people should be killed off. Period. YouTube is not going to like it. Most society's not going to like it, but generally, if there's going to be things that we're going to label good and bad, well, there's going to be good that should be here, and there's bad that should be gone.
Not. Right.
That is the way it is.
Right.
And
A good and a bad. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah. But yeah, I think definitely when you talk of biologically, absolutely. Our behavior is a lot. Now, how much would be the question? How much biology versus what you're taught would be the question, because I mean, you could just see it in us as humans, where you will see a father and his son, and they don't even have to even be around each other, but they would have the same mannerisms, right? The way that they sit, the way that they would talk, the way that they look at people, and they probably never been around each other. So it's something that biologically that's in there also.
Well, to answer that question, wouldn't it simply just boil down to what's the goal?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So now it just figures out that groups of people are going to align themselves with other groups of people that have similar goals. Simple. Okay. That's easy to work. That's actually really easy to work. Now we just all group together based on our goals.
You would think that would happen, but this is the thing.
Greed kicks in.
Greed kicks in. Selfishness kicks in. It's a lot of these things where a person can be one way, but then it's something that could be innate in them to make them want to be where it'll tear the whole thing up. It'll be things that'll be just going just well. And that whole saying, it's always one, right? We all have the same way that we going in, the same direction that we're going in, same interests. We got the same end goals that we're looking at and things like that. For instance, when you have people that have an end goal where they're saying, listen, it's not about what I get out of it. It's more about what I can contribute to it, right? To the earth and all these. That's why you got people saving trees and shit and saving animals and shit and doing things where they're not really looking at it as, I'm going to have a career, make a lot of money. I'm about to go out here and I'm going to go to Africa and I'm going to, help build villages. Jimmy Carter, for instance, right? His family end up being, what do they call them when they go and do habitats and stuff and all around the world?
Yeah.
They've been going all around the world. And this is what his whole family do. All of them, including himself. He just died, last year?
Something like that. Yeah.
Something like that. But he was one of those guys. It was like, he was going building farms and water purifications and things like that. And he had his family doing it. It's a long line of them.
That's what they're known for.
That's what they're known for, right?
Right.
But then that's why he didn't make a good president. He didn't make a good president because he was like, these policies here, this is what I want. And I'm like, why would he want it to be? I didn't even understand once I understood who Jimmy Carter was. Was he the first president when I was born? I think it was either Ford or Jimmy Carter. I was born in 72. It was
Nixon for me. I was born in 72.
So it's Nixon for both of us then. Well, yeah.
Nixon.
Yeah, but who I knew was Jimmy Carter.
Yeah, Jimmy was the first one I knew.
Yeah. And then I just knew that he was just a fairly good person. Never heard anything bad about him. The only thing I heard about him was that he was just he sucked as a president.
You know what I learned about? You know what I learned about the president, man? Generally, when you get in the office, you got a whole group of people dead set on making your life miserable on the other side of the aisle every single time. I've been living my life as long enough to see it does not matter who the president is. the other side is always going to give him hell. You know what I mean?
And you know
They
another
gave Jimmy
thing
Carter
happens too.
hell. They gave Ronald Reagan hell. They gave
Yeah.
Bush
Nixon.
the first hell. You know, they gave Clinton hell. They gave
Yeah.
Obama hell. You know, they gave the second Bush hell. They gave Trump hell, and they giving Joe Biden hell. You know, it really don't matter what side of the aisle you're on. If you're gonna be the president, you're gonna catch it. You're gonna catch them hands.
I think the only thing that presidents got going for them, if they can, is to have a personality, because they're gonna get, you know, every president gets mocked and impersonated. But if they ain't if they don't have a personality, then you be like, because I've never seen nobody impersonate Gerald Ford. Just ain't never seen that shit.
I seen a whole lot of people do Ronald Reagan though.
Whole bunch. Remember? Well, you know, it was crazy because when you know, it was the thing about Ronald Reagan. I just remember before he got shot that it was about him being an actor.
Right.
Everybody used to be like, you know, actor, that was his title. Actor Ronald Reagan is going to be governor. Actor Ronald Reagan is now running to be president. So it was really weird. And I think he was probably him and Nixon is probably the top two. And I think Trump is probably about number three.
You know what
Trump is in the running.
You know what I liked about Ronald Reagan? One time, man, one lady told him to sit down that microphone. And that man railed up and said, "Ma'am, I pay for this microphone." I thought that was the most gangster shit.
Yeah, it was gangster.
So whenever these people tell me you need to put down your podcast, ma'am, I pay for this microphone. I'm gonna say what I got to say.
Hear what I said.
You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna do what I got to do. You know, every time they talk that talk, I'm gonna be right here, man, ready to talk that talk.
I got a question here. So we generally agreed that it was easier to group people based on their goals, and each group competes with the other group. How that seems like how economics works. Why not society? But it seems like you guys opposed it and said that, you know, somebody's going to become greedy eventually, right? Like that's the problem. Wouldn't that still be the issue, though, that person that turned toward greed, they basically changed their goals. Now their goal is no longer.
Josh, I'm gonna tell you what that is. Basically, how we came about what we do is it's called the specialization of labor. Okay, what happens is you'll have people who grow up, learn how to do certain things. I'll give you an example. You have a guy who's a farmer. He grows up, his son becomes a farmer. Or you got another guy that grows up, his son becomes a cattle herder because he was a cattle herder. And you know, you hear people say, "I come from a long line of chefs or barbers or whatever." The problem comes in when you have the kid that says, "I don't want to do what my dad does. Let me find out exactly what I want to do in life." And what happens in between time, he gets hungry on the way to try to figure out exactly what it is he wants to do. And then that's when, you know, hey, I need to eat right now before I figure out what I deserve, what I need to give to the world or what I specialize in. And I think when that happens, I think that's when greed kicks in. I think that's when other people start questioning, you know, why am I here on this earth? And what happens is, I think, you know, that's where the cooking starts. You know,
is that what
because if you already knew you're gonna be, if your dad was a shoe cobbler, and you know you come from a long line of shoe cobblers, your destiny was already set. You're gonna be the next newest model of shoe cobblers, you know, and it's less stress for you to deal with because you already know what you're supposed to do. But
so is it natural?
I mean, in India they call it the caste system. But everywhere else, you know, people say you can be whatever it is you want to be. Well, the problem is nobody figures out what they want to be. They just end up where they are, you know. And
so is it a conflict with the evolution? Because my thing is this: the evolution of thought, right?
Right.
Which one generation should be stronger than the next generation,
right?
Right. One thing is for sure is that we get old, weary, and die.
Right.
So one would think that, yes, from what Josh was saying, that it should be. And I think for the most part, it is where you have groups that kind of like, well, at least at first it was like that they all had a common goal. They had common principles and things like that. And they, for the most part, got along. because now you have to have what they call norms.
Right.
And with norms, you have to have consequences. We like to call them laws and policies and things like that. Is to keep our behavior in check. That's one of the things. I think that the understanding that humans are going to be humans, and there's going to be some type of thought that's going to, or evolution of thought that's going to have us to think a little bit different than what was traditionally out there. So I think if we're not, I'm just mining this out, if we're not connected to understanding that there should be us being connected to the evolution of thought, like what Lost was saying, I come from a long line of cobblers, right? But at some point, I'm going to be like, well, I've been out here in this world, and I think I can do more than just be a cobbler. Okay, by trade, I want to be a cobbler, but this is what I want to do now, right? And they'll do that. I think that disconnection, right, the influence of outside folks is what kind of steers people weary, right? You don't have to be a damn plumber because your dad was a plumber. You can come out here and sell eyelashes. We making a whole lot of money, and it's just that influence where they're focused on making a whole lot of money and not focused on the next generation.
Right.
I think that's where it goes
Think about
wrong.
it. If you had to think about it, JT, if you had to do everything in your life yourself, your day would be pretty full. Think about it. If you had to make your own clothes, JT, if you had to make your own glasses, JT, if you had to make your own chair from scratch, if you had to make your own microphone from scratch, you know what I'm saying? If you had to build your own car from scratch, if you had to grow your own food from scratch, you would be busy. You wouldn't have time to show up on nobody else's job.
Your life expectancy is going to be 32.
You know what I'm saying? You had to build your own wagon. You know what I'm saying? Grow your own chickens. You'd have to. You wouldn't have time to go work on nobody else's job.
You can't rest. Ain't no chilling.
Exactly. So what we did was we agreed upon. We said, "Hey, Josh, if you can do whatever it is Josh does best, we'll pay you in cash for your services. JT, if you do whatever it is that you do, we'll pay you in cash for what you do." And you say, "Lit, we're gonna pay you what you do." Well, the thing about it is today, everybody want to be a damn influencer.
Did you hear what I said?
Ain't nobody showing up to the factory. Ain't nobody showing up to the farm. And that's the reason why the store shelves are empty.
Yeah,
and that's
everybody want to sell something. Nobody wants to buy anything.
Right. Yeah. Everybody wants to sell something nobody else needs. And that is crazy. JT, when was the last time you had a need for some eyelashes? Josh, when was the last time you had a need to itch to go get a BBL? You know what I'm saying?
Yes, synergy.
But these are the things that we peddle, Yeah. But at the same time, we still need to eat,
Yeah.
Everybody got a dream until the time to eat.
That's where so you have to have a bartering system.
Right. Everybody can't do the same thing. Think about it, JT. When you come to the hood, we got what? Churches, check cashing places, barbershops, and a mall that sells tennis shoes and baby clothes. That's guaranteed to be in the hood.
You got to. It's literally. This is how I look at it, and I don't know why my mind worked this way, but yeah, when you in the hood, for instance, Detroit, it's like shoots and ladder with your money. Come payday, there's a whole bunch of damn slides. You have no ladders. You have nothing. All you got is slides, so you can slide your money right out your community. How? Mm-hmm. Because you always got somebody that's stuck in them damn check cashing places. Those damn what do you call those damn things? Those payday loans.
Payday loans, all of that.
433% that you're paying on $200, $300, and they're going there every week, and they keep taking out the same damn loan. They done pay before they know it $5,000 on the same damn money because they have to keep taking the money out of there. So that's not in your community. Then you have the liquor store, right? Nobody what was always being weird in Detroit?
What's that?
Nobody owned a liquor store anymore, right? The people that did, because there was a whole bunch of people that had their own businesses, had liquor stores, had markets, had all kind of stuff.
The Ice House, remember that?
I just remember in the 80s, yeah. Ice House, they had one that it's still an Ice House, but they don't do the ice downtown Detroit. Yeah. But you would have the liquor store. Those folks don't live in Detroit. They live in Dearborn. They live in, Dearborn Heights. They live in Bloomfield Hills and things like that. But they sell the liquor and the beer right there in a community that they don't live in. But they go and take their tax dollars and put it into Bloomfield Hills and all these other places where they stay at. What else we got? Where we just, and that money's out of our community again. Then you have another, now the craziest part is the church you would think would be for the community. No, the church is probably the best looking building within a 5 mile or a 5 block radius, right?
Definitely.
All around square.
Yeah.
Money goes out. You got a lot of people complaining, but nobody's doing. It's like a bunch of weak people that want to remain being weak because they're doing all the things that keep them complacent. All of the things you see, the cars that they have. You be like, why does everybody have this crack going across their windshield? Why do everybody's car sound loud? Why do you have somebody riding around with no bumper on their car? Like if you in the neighborhood I stay in, if you are walking around and your car look banged up, somebody's calling the cops, or the cops is going to come and investigate that, because that could have been a hit and run, but not there. So that's what we're talking about when you have people that have a synergy. You should have somebody that's in your community that's doing each and everything so you can barter with one another and you can give and you can keep your money in your community. I literally see it go right out these communities. I'm like, that's how it goes out. Then they got 1 or 2 malls, but they don't even have one in Detroit, right? So the malls are all on the outskirts of Detroit. And it's just a few of them now. So all their money is going into another community. They're getting all this stuff. They got Coach. They got, all that fashion shit, Polo and all of these things that they're buying and they're killing themselves to get. Not in their community. The schools are terrible. Why? Because nobody is contributing. Now you're starting to see so many people got charter schools now, right? Because we can't do this with public schools anymore. Then the public schools are changing. And now in high school, they're having all academies. Now you got people, I just learned this. You got a whole bunch of students that don't physically go to school anymore. They go to school online. There you go again. So now socially they're awkward. They don't know, they're not doing anything socially. So one of the things I'm seeing, Josh, is that people are moving further and further away to who they were originally. And if you believe in God, you're moving away from God. You're moving away from who you originally were because you have no idea of where you come from. Because guess what you're not doing? You're not having conversations with your parents, grandparents, aunties, uncles, or any of that thing that they call synergy. You got outside people that's online that you're talking to, which is fine. It's cool if you can add all of it together. That's the dopest thing in the world, to be able to talk to somebody and have a conversation with somebody that's in a whole different country. That's dope.
That does something completely different or something you ain't never heard of before.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
That's an interesting thing. But when you're taken away from who you really are, when you don't know who cousins are, when you don't know who, now it's to the point where most people don't even know these siblings. So it's just them.
Yeah, that's the first community is family. This is why things are easier for me, because I don't I don't have all the extra bull crap that goes with it. Somebody once asked, like, okay, so if you're an atheist, who do you serve? And I'm like, well, originally I served my parents, and when I got married, had a kid, right? Like now I serve my wife and my child. It's just I serve. This is the thing I do, and this is where the benefits go. I guess I would understand the concept of, okay, yeah, that works for so long, but then you've got like you live in a town kind of thing. So I can understand that it does extend out toward like your town or your city, right? But unless you're serving everybody in that town or city, why are you going off to the next town kind of thing? Why are you going off to the state then, and then the feds? And it's a little weird to me. I don't need all of the extra complications. I've already got enough on my plate just to do with my own family, both sides. My parents,
Right.
well, my mom's still alive, right?
Right.
I don't need anything else extra, right? I got enough crap on my own plate to deal with.
Mhm.
Maybe that's where it's at. People are wanting the big cake, but not the little piece of
Yeah.
cake that's on their plate right then and there. They just want the more. Maybe that's what you mean by greed. There's more to it.
Right.
I
Yeah.
think I'm biting onto that one a little bit more now.
So it's also too where you're the foundation. When people get to talk about the community and stuff like that, the community is husband, wife, children. That's the foundation right there. It's the same way like with my parents. I was up under the umbrella of my father and my mom until I got old enough to have my own umbrella. And so what I ended up doing was leaving the unit. It's kind of like a demotion. I left the unit that I was up under, but I'm a man now where I have to build my own foundation. So that's where it goes to the point of, all right, I need a wife. And so now I can build a foundation with her, and then we have children. That's our community now. That is the unit that we have now. Now we're just an extension. My parents are the extension of my family. I'm the extension of their family. That's where it goes to that point. So no matter where we go in the world, I know where my foundation is. This
Right.
is the crazy part. At some point in my life, my parents has to go. They done. They did. My father, he just passed away. Matter of fact, today was the anniversary of him passing away last year. And one of the things that I learned was that there's a time where we have to go. So while we are on this earth right now, we have to contribute to it the best way we know how, right? This is the thing. We got to get up out of here at some point. And that's a very hard thing for a lot of people to even fathom. Why did you do this to me, Lord? I wasn't ready. It's like, you know that you didn't have anything to do with being here in the first place.
Right.
But since you're here, let's make the best of it. That's what everybody that's on this earth has that. Yeah, nothing to do with being here. But since you're here, let's get it together.
If we're honest, man, with ourselves, it takes a lifetime to raise a kid, even beyond 18. You know what I'm saying? Because your kids will, even though they may be 35, 40 years old, you as an older person will still be teaching them, and at the same time, they'll be teaching their kids. So it never stops. So our job is to make sure we walk them through life and tell them as much as we can.
My mom is 74 years old. Every 3 days, I'm on the phone with her, begging her. I got a problem. My taxes. I don't know what I'm doing. Help me out. Constantly begging my mom for help. She's like, "You're a grown man. You don't know how to do this crap." Yeah, but I'm doing all this other stuff. I know I don't know what I'm doing, right?
Right.
I knew I wouldn't call. What? Yeah. Slight pushback on the you never stop serving. So my old man died a long time ago, like long time ago. He got replaced with my stepfather. My stepfather is still the head of the house.
Right.
When he walks into my house, he sits at the head of the table. He's the first to get served. Like he just basically replaced my old man. Real simple. It seems like it was easier to function that way. Thank goodness my mom picked out a decent guy. I like this guy. Like I really like this guy. 25 years, never had like a real argument, nothing like that. He's an old farm boy, which I'm kind of white collar. So he's got a lot to teach. So now I'm learning the other side. So I'm getting into like the whole aquaponics thing kind of thing. Just trying to figure out what to do next in life because I'm up for retirement soon. But I don't know. It seems like sticking with what you know seems to be a whole lot easier than going out looking for replacing like what got lost kind of thing.
Right.
I don't know. It's like I don't want to take over. I don't want to be the head of the family. I'm not old enough. Maybe in 25 years, right? Like, okay, maybe then, right? Not now. I'm not ready for that crap.
Well, Josh, look at it this way, man. You're doing on-the-job training. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And you're
Yeah.
gathering information so you can pass on to your kids. You know what I'm saying? So you can say, hey, look, this is what I learned when I was at your stage in life. And this is what I did, you know, and it kind of helped them all along. But you know what the thing about it is, man, when we're young, we're too hard-headed to listen. And when we get old, we're too impatient to impart wisdom.
That was the thing I was talking to OGJ Speed about, right? It was just, you know, and the quote was from KRS-One when he said that the older folks has to listen to the younger folks, right? Because when you listen to the younger folks, you move faster amongst the people that are your age, and you just move faster towards them, right? Younger folks have to listen to the older folks, because when we impart wisdom, when we impart the things that we know, you move a lot faster than the ones in your area. We don't, if we don't listen to one another, we're stumped and we stay right where we are. And that's why when I hear a lot of older folks, they stay right where they're at, because it's kind of like what you knew when the world changed. Think about this. How old are you, Josh?
40.
Okay. I'm 51. Loss is what, 52,
51.
53?
No, we 51.
You're 51. Oh, yeah, 72. So we keep seeing the world change. Like, it's shifting.
Yeah.
And we are seeing it. When I see my parents in their 20s, and I realize that I'm looking at my parents growing up too.
Right.
And then I see my children, they're growing up too, while at the same time I'm growing up too. So we end up, it's kind of like we have this thing where we have to be able to translate to one another when the world is shifting. Like, I have to be able, like right now, my mom, I can tell her a whole lot more about how the world is, and I can help her maneuver in the world, right? Like she did me when I was a kid. That's crazy. My father, life showed me, and this was some crazy shit. My father showed me how to tie my shoe at the age of probably 2 or 3 years old. I was very young, knowing how to, and I was left-handed too. So imagine.
Oh.
Before my father left, I had to tie his shoes. Before he left, I had to tie his shoes. I remember I used to sit in my father's lap. I'd be hugged up. See, I was around my father all the time, so it was kind of like I was is there even a such thing called a daddy's boy?
Yeah.
They don't call it that.
When my father shaved, I used to be trying to shave. I used to mimic him all the time.
Yeah.
Baseball, I ended up being very good at baseball, not because it was just in me, but he taught me the right way to play. Me and my brother, right? But I'm just saying it was just me at one point. All of the things in life, I became a mechanic because my father, he wasn't a good mechanic, but he worked on shit. I became good with working with my hands. And it was because I was mimicking my father. My father, very good at doing lawns and stuff like that. He had his own lawn care service and all of these different things. He was a cab driver, DJ. This man did a lot of things. So the things that he did, I just picked up on a lot of that stuff by just observing him and just being right there in his world.
Right.
But I seen the transition when they started getting to the age where they're starting to decline, right? Health-wise, they don't have all the faculties there. They ain't crazy or nothing like that.
Right.
But I'm like, damn, whether I'm ready or not, I have to be the man because I'm the older brother. You know, I got a lot of young folks that probably between 2 and 20, 30 years younger than me that actually look up to me because of how I carried myself and things like that. And they look at you for guidance. They look at you for some type of wisdom that you can impart on them and stuff like that. But that comes from being around each other. But I also seen the flip side of it. There are kids that don't even recognize when an adult is there, an elder is there. So they don't understand the things that we had to understand. It was a reason why we had to respect our parents. It was a reason why we had to, honor our parents. But now we have a lot of people that consider to be, you know, their parents wasn't there for them or whatever the fuck they got problems. Why? But they don't take out the time to say, okay, I have to figure this thing out and at least be, I hate the word cordial, but be to a point where I'm not going to be just triggered. People do things, they going to disappoint you and all these different things. As long as they haven't violated you, there's no reason for a person to say, at least I can come and say, hey, how you doing? Check in with them so you can keep that synergy going with family. Because you end up having kids and now your kids don't even know that they have cousins or whatever. Yeah. And it hurts. I can tell you this, it hurts the Black community really bad now. Because we thought it was bad in the 70s and in the 60s. Nah, this shit is terrible now.
Yeah,
because that's what Paul Harvey was speaking to earlier, man. You know?
Yeah,
it's not only Black community, it's everybody.
It's everybody.
Josh will speak to that. You know, he says he wishes he had, you know, closer family. You know, it's not just one thing.
This is why I hang out with the Black community, because it's kind of like trying to understand. So the white community used to have extended family. It disappeared in the 1920s, give or take, right? It started to disappear in the Victorian era, or as best as I could tell. I'm kind of hoping you guys could kind of like figure out your family stuff so we could figure out from the white culture how to go back and get our extended family back. Because it was gone long before even my father's time period. Like, so before him, the last nail was being put in the coffin, and now, like, me looking at it, it never existed. We still don't even understand what it is exactly. Wow. So we're looking at you guys, and every once in a while you'll talk to, oh, my cousin, and it'll be like, you know, third generation over. You're like, what the hell, right? Like, my own cousins I haven't talked to in 25, 30 years. I don't even know who the hell they are. It's like, crap, we lost all of it. But I will tell you, the old codger kind of concept, I can't understand abandoning the old people. I can't understand. Like, if my stepdad, I can't imagine him walking into my house and me telling him, just fuck off, I don't need you.
Right. That hurts. Right. That hurts me to even think about that to my father.
I mean, obviously he's like a stepdad. I guess depending on how you, to me, he's just no different than my old man, right? He's just like the next version, like 2.0 kind of concept. But I can't understand the idea of the old codgers not having any purpose.
Right.
They're there for everything that I don't know how to do, which is apparently a lot, which I'm learning is more and more. So it's kind of like, and now I'm kind of like, because my mom's 74, my stepdad's actually pretty young, so he'll be around for a while. I'm kind of waiting for mom to kick off. That way I can go have fun with my stepdad, because mom takes up all the time.
Right.
You know what, Josh, I'm glad you brought that up. I'm glad you brought that up, man. Because spending more times with your parents or the people you look up to is very important. I'll tell you why. That's where you get to learn a whole lot of stuff. And what happens is we get in this culture of hustle culture where we're working all the time. We lack that community, lack that closeness. That's the reason why we have podcasts like this, so we can actually share our experiences and pass on a little wisdom that we have along the way with each other. But there's nothing like being able to spend time with somebody that you respect and learn as much as you can from them and soak that up. And I think when you are saddled with the responsibility of being a father, a husband, you know, a worker, a son, those type of things, those moments are rare. Think about it. We take for granted when our kids are small that, you know, they're always going to be there for us to talk to. But the thing about it is, how much time do we really spend with our kids? You know, we disappear for 8 hours and then we show up. Imagine if you had 16 hours of a day to spend with your child. Imagine what you could pass on. But the thing about that is, how can you provide for your child if you're always there with them? So that's the missing piece that I think our children need, is they need more of us. You know, it'll fill in the gaps of letting them know who they are and why they are, and answer any questions that they may have.
It's technically easier to do and economically feasible. I don't need childcare. I got grandma and grandpa right here, 24/7. Anytime I need, done, right? So that takes out childcare. What's the next of it? The old man teaches you how to fix a lawnmower. Now I don't have to pay like $400 to go get my damn lawnmower fixed.
There you go.
Do it myself. seems like it's economically feasible. That's why I don't really understand why this whole, like, you know, I don't need anybody to do this shit on my own, or there's Google or YouTube or something. Like, what?
Yeah,
Man, that's
but
crazy, man.
a lot of people, and let me tell you what I've seen. This was dope that I seen. I have family. This was like in Detroit. This was probably one of the reasons why I came back to Michigan. I wasn't supposed to, but I came. Detroit kind of it was really fucked up. But what was really nice about Detroit when I was growing up was that everybody stayed within 5 miles from each other. Some people stayed on the same block. We talk about all family. So kids, there was no having to go to latchkey. There was no, stuff where they had to go to, daycare and all these different things. Why? Because it was enough family that was there and they had enough kids. Like me and my cousins, I go over there for the weekend. I'm asking to go over there, right? Because I'm going over there because I want to have fun. But guess what that ended up doing? Making it okay for my father to go out there and work the hours that he needed to go. My mom to go out there and work the hours that she needed to go. Because why? His sister was like, yeah, just bring. It wasn't like, can he come over type of thing. It was like, I had to ask, Dad, can I go over there and spend a night over Tony and them house? And he'll be like, I don't care, boy. When? I'd be like, Friday. And I'd be there for the whole weekend. Summertime come, I'd probably be over my grandmother's house for basically almost the whole summer. And I had 2, 3, grandmothers and aunties and uncles, and it was just a lot of us. So when it came down to it, my brother is 8 years younger than me. So where I went, he also went too. And that was the craziest thing. So my parents never had to worry about who we gonna get to watch our kids, because there was always somebody that was there willing to. My grandmother always bring them over there, because grandma, if she is working, she working out of the house, and my aunties, my uncles, everybody had kids, everybody was family. And I used to catch the bus when I got older. Let me tell you when I started catching the bus. I was 10 years old. When I started catching the bus, I was 10 years old. I can catch the bus over my grandmother's house. We ain't had to, when nobody was spending all that damn money on a cab. Right. I knew where to go, knew how to get on the bus, go over my auntie's house and stuff like that. When I started walking to school was probably about 7 blocks. I was 5. I was 5 years old. You know why? Because you had parents that gave a care, right?
Right.
I wasn't walking by myself. It was like 20 of us.
Right.
It was like 20 of us. It's like the whole damn school walking, going to school. So the children, the community, all of these different things was made it easier. Now look what's happening. Everybody is separated. Everybody making money. Everybody got careers, but nobody have intact families. So now what are you paying? $250 a week for some damn daycare.
And you don't know what they teaching your kids.
You don't know what they teaching your kids. You don't know how your kids being treated or whatever. Even our teachers, at that time, our teachers had to, in order to be a teacher in the city of Detroit, you have to live in the city of Detroit.
All of that stuff's easy to fix.
Mm-hmm.
No, speaking of which, so I was raised in a Christian private school, strangely enough. It was actually an academy. There's for I guess parents that are trying to get their kids away from public school but can't quite afford the private school. There's something called the ACE program, ACE. Right. I think it's based out of California. That's actually fairly good. It's based off the PACE program. It works really, really well. That's the same. It's so old, even the system, that was the system my school used, right? Incredibly affordable. So if you got a little bit of time as a parent, you can teach your own kid.
Mm-hmm.
Really damn good too. And it's, again, Christian principles. Works really well.
Yeah, but that's what we're saying too. Times have changed, right? So how do we maneuver it where it makes sense? Because we can't go back to how it was. The world is a whole different way. But we can take from what we learned from the past, and we can. It's kind of like we have to elevate our thinking now, right? But those things, those principles, when it comes down to it, these things can be really easy fixes. But the only thing is that people are not willing to do it for whatever reason.
They're lazy. So if they're going to be lazy, let them pay for it.
Yeah. That's basically what it is. That's
Ladies and gentlemen,
I got the skills.
Exactly. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage, Simon Hector.
What's up, Simon?
What's happening, bro? Thoughts?
It's I don't know. That was a lot, man. I'm just saying that was a lot because you know, like most people don't really understand the school system, so we can like have our own sort of interpretation of what that is, right? Like, I'm a single father, right? I had to go through the rigmarole of putting my daughter through about, I don't know, but it was about 4 or 5 schools over a period of like 1 month, just to figure out the best place for her to be. I don't think most people check themselves like that. Do you know what I'm saying? We have this illusion because we're living in a digital state where it's just like this is a new information age, XYZ. But what it boils down to is like core principles, and the core principles are: who are you? You know, this ain't about anybody else. And there is this whole sort of understanding about like individualism, but that came from somewhere. So unless you sort of understand where that came from, maybe you don't really understand what that is. Okay. I'm never going to be an individualistic person. Like, I always have people around me, always have my family around me. That ain't never happening. So anybody that does that, it's questionable. Like, in terms of, did you buy into that shit? Do you know what I mean? So when we're talking about the devil, I had this whole conversation with my boy like earlier. Like, I was speaking to him about that shit because it's just like the devil shows their face in different types of ways, right?
Right.
But the devil is not gonna show the face to make you feel uncomfortable. So all these situations that we're presented with, we can say, okay, that was the devil's position. They made us feel like that certain type of way. They made us feel comfortable. Right? The flipping tables thing, it's kind of interesting because it's like when we're talking about, you know, the dude who flipped the tables, we flip tables all day long. In my day, like, I flip tables every freaking day. You know what I'm saying? So the relative point is, when are you going to get to the point where you don't flip tables? Because, you know, the ultimate peace is when you understand that. And I appreciate you having me up here, bro.
You know what? I'm glad you said something, Hector. Here's the thing. You said that the devil made somebody do it, whatever it is, right? Well, there has to be something inside of you that resonates with that information or that viewpoint to lead you to action. And I don't think we talk about that part of us that resonates with evil. That is cold-blooded. You see what I'm saying? Because everybody wants to speak to the benevolence of us, the God part of us, but nobody wants to talk about that part of us that agrees with being evil, the impoliteness, the not understanding other people, the taking of lives. You know what I'm saying? The stealing, the robbing, that part. There has to be something in you that agrees with that. But we don't ever want to talk about that because that part is uncomfortable.
I don't understand how you can defend yourself without recognizing that part. That's the whole point of it.
Right.
Like, if you have let's just say you have a church congregation, 25 people, they're perfect. Like everything about them is perfect, right? You got 5 guys coming in the door. Maybe they're bringing riffraff, right? It's the whole point of it, right? To hell with you. You have to be confrontational. You have to stand up. If otherwise they're just going to come in and cause the riffraff. Now your 5 group of riffraffs just infected the 25 people. So you're not doing your job as a man protecting. This concept about peace, that's another thing. Maybe I'm misunderstanding it. I'm under the impression as a man, you will never have peace. You'll get a couple moments here and there of some pleasurable moments, usually with your kid, your old lady, or whatever, right? But for the most part, your life is going to be nothing but conflict after conflict. Like, peace is not for us.
Well, that's what, if you don't have, this is the thing, conflict is actually what brings peace.
Yeah.
Conflict is what brings peace. Yeah, so everything has conflict in it. It just depends on what severity of, the pressure of conflict, right? Because I mean, us having conversations like this is what you can consider to be conflict too, because we're thinking things out, right? We can give a little pushback, we can have a different way. So this is kind of like what conflict that also is too. Peace is only brung upon when people can understand violence. You have to understand violence. This is one of the things about being a man, is because guess what? We also understand that we have to live our lives based off of balance of probabilities.
I totally disagree with that.
Okay.
And why I say that, and I salute to you, brother, because I respect you. I've seen you on other platforms and XYZ. I'm just saying, violence does not do anything. Sometimes you just gotta let shit play out. Because if someone is about to do something egregious, or if someone is about to do something that you don't like or you're opposed to, let them do it. The worst thing you could do is make that be linked to you. Like, most of the time they're gonna do it anyway, and it's gonna be linked to somebody else.
So let me ask you a question. You don't believe that there's consequences?
In what sense?
In the sense of, if you come in my house unannounced and you are going to do harm with me, before I let you do harm with me, the consequence is I'm going to shoot you. And I'm not going to shoot you to injure you. If violence does, because you said violence does nothing. If that was the case, then the world would be in way more chaos than what it is right now. It would definitely be in way more chaos than it is right now. There's no way that you can't. People stay in check because they know that there's a thing called force. There's a thing called force. Only thing you got to do is just go try to assault somebody and see what's going to happen. Consequences are going to happen. If you telling somebody to just let things happen, that's crazy. But this is the reason why you have to have, and this is the thing, a lot of men, there's a bunch of men that don't want violence and stuff like that. But for the most part, that's what we are about. It's innate in us. You take something from me, you assault, you do. We are protectors. And what that means is that there's somewhere in that conversation where you're going to have the conversation where I'm going to have to either neutralize somebody from doing whatever it is by force. I'm going to have to do it. There's a time where when you're walking, and especially if you're in big cities and things like that, it's always in my mind. I'm always looking at all around me. When I'm with my children, there's a chance that there can be somebody that's going to do something crazy. So I got to be ready as I can possibly be. I don't go around the world thinking that everything is hunky-dory, and if something happened, I'm just going to let it happen. That never happened in my life. And in most men's life, there's consequences when you're doing something to violate, period. At the end of the day, violence will be right there on the table.
It's too easy of an analogy because it's basically with the intent to do harm to you, break in your house. Let's use the same analogy and make it a little bit more nuanced, right? Let's hypothetically say I'm walking into JT's house, right? It's just me. And he's sitting there on his couch watching his TV, and I just decide to walk in the middle of his living room, pull my pants down, and take a dump on his floor. Does he get the right to utilize violence against me?
Right. You want to just bring you some papers so you done? Would you like a warm towel?
I know you needed to do that. Hey, look, don't worry about it. I clean it up. Don't.
I know you couldn't make it. You know what I'm saying?
So it leaves the options. Should he basically tolerate it, let me just do my business on his floor, or should he utilize force to throw me out?
Yeah, Joshua's
or
wild.
maybe rub my nose in it, like
right. It's gonna be some consequences.
like a little baby Rottweiler. You know you're not supposed to do that.
You hit you on the nose with a newspaper and everything. Just
exactly
bad boy, bad dog.
But to your point, JT, you don't need to succumb to anything. Like it's your choice, right? So most of the time, men, they establish themselves based on a premise, and that's linked to the female that they actually want to like be with or have actually succumbed to them. Okay, but that doesn't mean you need to lower your guard in any other sense. You get what I'm saying? Like there are so many levels to life where it's just like we speak about things in a certain type of way, and that's cool. But that doesn't mean there's a whole different world going on out there. And I'm sure Joshua knows what I'm talking about. Like I have friends, you have friends. Do you get what I'm saying? And we deal with things in a certain type of way. But that's all we know. Like when we start bringing it up to different levels, and like speaking about another conversation, like I have white friends where I'll be in a room with them, and I don't even like say anything. I'll just be in the back, right, and I hear their conversations, and I'm like, wow, Jesus Christ. Do you get what I mean? It's just like it's another thing. Do you get what I'm saying? Like,
I get the idea of wanting to be like as nuanced as possible, or apparently try to be fair about it, right? But the idea here is really to formulate a principle. Right. Brings on the question is should the principle be he should morally utilize force to get rid of me? I mean, after all, I'm in his home and I'm taking a dump on the middle of his floor, right? Like the ultimate disrespect. I can't think of anything that would be more disrespectful, right?
Yeah.
Oh, I can.
Especially if I was watching my favorite program.
The question is the principle is should he utilize force to deal with me?
Now here's the thing. At our very best, hold on a second, Simon. At our very best, we're negotiators. At our very worst, we're eliminators.
There you go.
Know what I'm saying? So I would rather that we would negotiate first. Use diplomacy first, because sometimes when violence escalates, who's to say the appropriate amount of force is being applied? That's the main reason why everybody around the world got nukes, but nobody's glowing in the dark, because nobody wants to Nobody wants to be a piece of rotisserie gold. You know what I'm saying? Nobody wants to be chicken fried. You know what I'm saying?
What exactly would we be negotiating for? Toilet paper? What
I'm just saying. Like, look, man, before you take a dump, I'm gonna offer you my bathroom.
Oh,
here's a newspaper. You know what I'm saying? Enjoy
Now,
yourself.
if he just came in, first and foremost, I'm already on my P's and Q's because he just came in. And if I see this man reaching for his zipper and his buttons, it's on and popping. I'm pushing him out the door or something. I'll talk to him on the porch or something, but he's not gonna be in my house.
Push him through the flat screen.
we not about to talk in my house. Just go out here and let me.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Look, man, you go to the bathroom. I got some wet wipes in there too to make you comfortable.
Yeah,
you know
all you had to
saying?
do is just ask me, bro. You didn't have to do that right there.
Right.
I mean, I can extend an olive branch and say not everything has to turn into a violent conflict. Mm-hmm. I also would be on that sideline. The vast majority of times, violence is the thing that brings about the peace that comes down to it. There's always going to be somebody that's willing to fight over something.
Yeah,
it really, what we're trying to do is figure out where our principles are in life.
That's where we fit in. Yep. Where's our principles? This is where when you hear people, especially when you hear people just arguing, they basically arguing with their principles leading. You know, whatever it is that they stand on, that's what, you know, they pretty much, it don't matter what it is. They could be talking about a damn ham sandwich, how to make one. That's a principle to make a damn ham sandwich. You don't put the damn mayonnaise on the bread. You put the mayonnaise on the meat. Then somebody else will sit back and be like, first and foremost, nobody should put put mayonnaise on a ham sandwich. Only mustard. They're principles. Right. That's it.
Yeah. I'm going to fight now. Now I'm going to fight.
Then you got somebody else to be talking about peanut butter and jelly and ham. Right. You know, no. Do you never do that?
Right. Nobody's forcing you to eat my sandwich. You know what I'm saying? The way I like it.
The way I like my sandwich.
I want you to have the sandwich the way you like it. You know what I'm saying? That's basically what it comes down to in life, man. Make sure everybody gets the sandwich that they like, and don't be trying to force your sandwich down somebody else's throat.
Did you hear what I said?
You know what I'm saying?
Can I ask the question? Do we, as let's just say, okay, so he's British. Rest of us are American. Do we as a group largely have like vastly different principles, or are they just subtle differences?
I think there's subtle differences.
Simon, can you answer that? You on mute, sir.
Yeah, you're still on mute, homie.
I think he's off now. Go ahead.
No, it's a white person question. I get that shit. So you want to say that again?
I'll be right back, man.
Go ahead.
No, he knows what I'm talking about. Like,
yeah, me and Simon have talked before.
Yeah, go on. Say again, just to clarify.
You know, I said the question I guess boils down to as a group of people, do we have wholeheartedly vast differences in principles, or are they just tiny differences, just very subtle differences?
Okay, so when you're saying group, what are you talking about?
Well, I was going to say as American, but you're up here, so we're going to throw the Brits under the table, right? I'll include them now. So as Western civilization, do we have vastly different principles, or just subtle differences?
When you're saying we, the problem is like there's core people that live in certain situations that have been brought up in those countries, okay? So, and then now you're talking about immigrants. So, like when you say
US and the UK, we're from you guys. We're from you.
No, yeah. Well, it don't matter where you're at in the Western society. It's just that's just going to be an ongoing process, right? You're always going to have people that come over to your country. We're going to have people that come over to our country. I don't agree with. You don't agree with. Like based on the fact that we've lived here, we were born here, and you know X, Y, Z. But it's not to say we're going to discriminate. It's just like, why are you coming over here and doing what the fuck you're doing? And if it's egregious and it's not productive to like what we're trying to do in terms of just live our life, like literally just like have a paycheck, then obviously you're gonna have a problem with it. That's not like unreasonable, right?
I guess it just depends. Well, for that one, it would depend on what does that mean, live our life, right? Like that one's going to be that'll be the nuance there, or the defining difference point. So between
Well,
you and me, let's
yeah.
try it this way. Between you and me, do we have largely, vastly different principles, or do we just have subtle differences?
No, obviously, by the way we can communicate, there's no way in hell that anyone could turn around and say there's any difference between me and you. And if you wanted to do something, we can like over communicate in terms of like actually doing something extraordinary that we didn't necessarily need to do, that the public has nothing to do about. You get what I'm saying? And that's how people interact and communicate and connect. You get what I'm saying? Like Joshua, like if you had something to say to me and you was like, yo, bro, I wanted to bring up this program, like, where I was at, I'll be like, yo, cool. You get what I'm saying? Because we was actually able to talk. But there's a difference between that and saying, oh, there are these people coming over to like our country who have no freaking idea about what the hell we're dealing with personally when we've actually lived in this country from day dot. Like we have an issue with this because it's hard enough fucking just getting by.
Sound familiar, don't it, Josh?
Yep.
So to me, it doesn't sound like we're too far different.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the same thing, Lost. And the thing is, it's like this ain't no big deal. Do you get what I'm saying? But what we have a problem with, I guess, to an extent, is that we don't communicate as much. And yourself and your platform, this is why I'm over here, enables us to actually have a conversation,
Right.
like just to actually just talk it out. Because what's actually gonna happen is we're gonna work this shit out one way or another.
Right.
There's no way in hell we can't. Or else we won't be here. You get what I'm
Right.
saying? I respect everybody on your platform. I respect everybody that comes up. And the only reason why we come up is because we care.
Right.
Like I know we're men and shit. We want to be masculine. We actually care.
Right.
We give a shit. You get what I'm saying? We're trying to do something and like hope that at the end of the day, regardless of what fucking happens, maybe we can find some results to this shit.
Right. And I think that's the whole issue, man. It's finding the common ground. You know what I mean? Finding the part in us so we can negotiate, so we can move forward. And I think that's the whole purpose of having these spaces, to eliminate the gray areas that we have, to understand exactly that everybody comes from different places and different experiences. We may not always get along, but it sure does help when we act accordingly and at least try to hear each other out.
Is that possibly in the form of like Christianity? Is that potentially a big problem though?
It depends what kind of Christianity you're talking
like in
about.
the concept of negotiating, right? As a Christian, take for example the Baphomet that you guys had brought it up on the earlier in the show.
Right.
So that really boiled down to there was it was a political fight that was taking out legally, right? And so they had a statue of the Ten Commandments on there, and then the Church of Satan, specifically Anton Levy's Church of Satan, was it called? They wanted to put the statue up, and they basically fought it out in court, right? The Christians eventually kind of ran from it. It wasn't like they started to fight, right? But they got tired of it and just ran away. And they said, well, we'll take our 10 commandments down so we can keep that away, instead of trying to stay there and actually compete. Like literally.
I like Joshua. Sorry, I can't help giggle.
Instead of fighting for the position, right? Would that be a good idea from the Christian side to be able to even want to negotiate with the other side? Aren't there some principles that shouldn't be up?
Yes. Yeah.
Here's the thing. That's the reason why we're in the situation we're in now, and I'll tell you why. It's because we want to. I put it like this: we're in love with Pyrrhic victories. You know what I'm saying? Even if we we don't get what we get, you know, we're gonna damn sure make sure the other person don't get what they get. You see what I'm saying? It's a zero sum game. So I think in that particular situation, they just said, hey, you know what? Nobody's gonna put anything up. But then again, the Baphomet shows up. Well, what are you gonna do now? You know what I mean? You removed your stuff, but now they're gonna keep their stuff up. What you gonna do now?
You know, the fascinating thing I find is you know, people speak about this thing about us being in like an individualistic world, right? But there is how do you feel like we got to the place where we were actually able to experience everything? Like in terms of like, you know, you walk to a supermarket and you could literally like get tomatoes, onions, you know, fruit, vegetables, bananas, like you know, how did this happen? Like it's like everyone's just like so caught up in this sort of mediocre shit, like in terms of they yeah, we need to conquer because based on the fact that we enabled the whole human race to exist. Like we enabled you to have a long life existence based on the fact that we went around all these countries and we was able to actually, yeah, it was bloody, it was tormentous. You might not agree with it. Okay, cool. But you benefit from it. You can walk down the road. Okay. There's a shop. Who created that shop? Do you know what I mean? It's like we forget this stuff. It's like your whole existence. Like in terms of I don't even like to pull it up to sort of like uniformity. In terms of like we understand uniformity in a way that you don't really understand it. We see you on these channels, and all of you got the same Nike cap. Shout out to Cheeky Banter. You got the same Nike cap. You got the same like T-shirt. You got the same. We created that shit. We enabled Pakistan. All of that shit that went down in terms of like setting up these sweatshops that you want to complain about, but yet you buy from because it's so cheap because you can just go onto Amazon. You have no idea, bro. Do you know what I'm saying?
But all of that is.
Here's the thing. It's all about perspective. Allow me to retort.
If I were the devil, right?
Yeah. Allow me to retort. Here's the thing. Who's to say that your perspective is right? Think about it. The countries that were, so to speak, uncivilized, they grew their own food. They didn't have to go to the market. They didn't have to buy. You know, they lived off the land. You know, who's to say who was more civilized? They learned how to cultivate. They had more connection with their environment. You know, they didn't have to go work somewhere else. They just grew whatever it was they needed to grow, and there it was. Well, now you have to basically, you know, lend yourself out and your time and your labor to go buy what used to be free. So I would ask your question, what's better than free? You know what I'm saying? Think about it. You have a whole generation of people who have forgotten how to grow their own food. We have a generation of people who've forgotten how to fix stuff that breaks. We just throw it in the dumpster and order new stuff. So if you ask me, I think the world's probably off a little bit better than what it was. But if you take a step back and look at the grand picture, you know, that's the reason why we have whole entire islands full of plastic bags and bottles choking out, you know, wildlife and fish and our food. You know what I'm saying? That type of thing. So it's all in the eye of the protector or the person who's actually telling the story. Because if you always tell it from your side of the table, as if, hey, you ought to thank me, and then you tell it from somebody else on the other side of the story who got hit upside the head and said, no, we were doing just fine, and here's why. It's all about who gets to tell their side of the story.
But you also have what he was talking about was progressive thinking too, right? So what you would have is basically people keep saying technology, right? Where do technology come from? Here.
Right.
That's where it comes from. There's a problem. we learn how to fix the problem. That's basically what it is.
Right.
This is the craziest thing about it. It's always two sides to it. Because think about now, there are people right now that don't know how to get from one place to the next in a 10-mile radius without a GPS.
Oh God.
You're right. We used to
Nobody can read a map anymore.
We used to print out MapQuest,
read a
man.
map.
We used to ride around like pirates. You remember that back in the day?
Yep. You had to, you know what was so funny, because it cracked me up with my father, right?
Right.
I tell him we going somewhere, he's going to meet us there. Number one thing he'll say is, how do you get there? All you got to do is tell me what streets they are, then I know, right? And I tell him, I'll be like, Pops, just put the GPS on. I don't trust that thing. Just tell me where to go, because he was one of the guys, because he used to be a cab driver, right? So one of the things about being cab drivers, you a goddamn atlas. If you really, you know what you know, and you just learn things from there.
Right.
He actually, all he had to do is know the word, the streets. And then he'd be like, okay, I know what it is. I know where it's at now, right? But when you used to have conversation with people with directions, you know where that, where the McDonald's is right there?
Yeah.
Right across the street, right there was a bank. So when you go there, look to the left, and then you will see the McDonald's. Look to the right, you will see the bank. That's where you make your right turn at. You know, we used to talk like that.
Right.
We don't have that conversation anymore because we have GPS.
GPS. Right.
Right. It's the same thing with calculators, right? A lot of people don't, you know, before we had calculators, the calculator was up here. Then from calculators, we got AI now. We got cell phones. You ain't got to sit there and use your brain anymore. So it's kind of like, yeah, this thing of technology and progressive thinking and making it easier for people actually is making people way more dependent on things that we didn't used to be dependent on.
Oh, it's liberating them from their jobs.
Yeah, it's the same. Like, how many people actually know how to?
I was doing fine till AI showed up, you know, and replaced my job, you know.
Even when we're talking about when it came down to like farming and things like that,
right?
How many people actually know how to butcher? Nobody. How many people know how to cut up a cow, split up a fucking chicken? You know, how many people know how to actually do that? Not a lot of people.
Nope.
Not a whole bunch of people that know how to do it. So guess what? That's a skill. You can make some money if you can do that. But however,
I love
the apocalypse.
Go ahead and try that if you want to.
You know, in the
you find yourself in trouble.
You're gonna be the man, you know. Folks be stealing each other's cow. Hey man, I got this cow, man. You know, I need you to, you know.
So yeah, so our value, the value is actually us. But we put so much value on things outside of us where we just pay for stuff that we ain't got no business paying for.
Right.
You paying for somebody to think for you now. That's crazy. You know how it used to be with lawyers? There were a lot of people that knew about law before you had all these damn lawyers. There were people that literally had to actually read up on the laws of the land. This is where you had your doggone
you know I'm a lawyer, right? You know I'm a lawyer, right, bro?
Okay. So this is where what I'm saying is that you had regular people, especially when they had land, they had intellectual property, they had to learn the laws. They literally, like now, man, you got people that's making all kind of money. They got to pay a lawyer to do shit that they could do themselves. Legal, you know, shit that you can go file yourself. They will pay a lawyer hundreds and thousands of dollars to file some shit that you can file yourself.
About 150 per admin.
Right.
Yep.
But think about it now. AI has said that they're going to be replacing lawyers someday. You know,
everything's going to be done on the computer.
Could you imagine?
This is where court.
You know?
This is where court is now. This is where court. This is what we talking on right now. This is how court looks.
This is exactly how court looked during COVID.
Yeah,
that's exactly what it was.
Yeah, and I went through court during COVID, like trying to get my daughter back and stuff. You get what I'm saying? So, yeah, I understand that shit, man. It's real. You know,
the have and the have not. That's basically what it is. The winners and the losers is basically what it's always going to be.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Yeah,
what
I
it's going
mean,
to come down to.
this is the thing. Like, I don't know if many people want to actually have the real conversation because, like, we want to skit along and like skateboard around it and all that sort of stuff. It's like what are you trying to actually get at? Because it's like if you most people when people go through a real experience, they don't want to hear that shit. They don't. Yeah,
Or
I'm
at least they
saying.
don't stick around for it. Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
You're right. What do you think the real question is, the real conversation is, Simon?
What do you really want to be? Because that matters. That what matters is what you're actually gonna become. Like, and it's not really about like the chick or the this or that. It's like you as a whole real man. Do you get what I'm saying?
Right.
Like, what are you actually gonna become? And that matters because like I have a daughter. Yeah, my phones are ringing. But I'm just saying, I'm trying to look forward to the day that my daughter, like walks through my door with a real man. Not all this extraordinary, crazy stuff. Do you get what I'm saying? As a
Right.
father, like, can a real man actually turn up and go, I'm gonna represent and move forward? You get what I'm saying? Like, and
Right.
build a family or some shit like that. Because I think that's the missing part. Like, we keep talking about this nonsense, in terms of this is this and this is that, and it's just like we
Simon,
really know
let me
who
ask
we
you a
are.
question. Let me ask you a question. If he shows up and he's not everything that you think he should be, would you still wrap your arms around him and help him be the best that he could be?
That's the only thing I could do.
Right.
Because
And I think we don't give
anything,
each other enough grace, man, when
Nope.
it comes
yeah,
to stuff like that.
anything apart from that, my daughter's gonna be looking at me sideways, man. My daughter is hot as yo, bro. My daughter looks like one of these chicks on Instagram. Okay, I have no part in that. I'm just saying she is hot as hell. Like, and I know most men will, if they saw her on my Instagram, they'll be trying to check her. As a father, as a black man, that fucking rips me apart.
Wait,
Yeah,
why can't you? Like, why can't you defend her?
because she's gonna be who she's gonna be.
Even if she's 25 years old, lives on her own, out doing her thing, right? And some dude shows up you think is a piece of garbage. Why can't you get involved and stop him?
Because that's not productive, dude. You can't do that.
What
You know,
is it
have you
less
been married?
productive? Do what?
Have you ever been in a relationship? Do you know how that
Yeah,
works?
I'm married. Yes.
Okay, so you're trying to tell me
My
what you just did right there tells me you're controlling.
yes. My
I am.
in-laws vetted
He
me.
said, and?
Shit.
Sounds like, and?
Right. Shit.
Damn.
Let me tell you something. There's boundaries
That is hilarious.
with a man with principles. That's the thing. When you got a man with principles that's in your AO, your area of operations, he's going to be a man that's going to be controlling things. Yes,
Simon,
there's boundaries
I
and
gotta-
shit that you just can't be around. Yes.
Simon, I got a better question. Right? You've raised your daughter her whole life, right?
Mm-hmm.
You stand behind your product, right?
Mm-hmm.
So no matter what she's introduced to, what you've taught her, you think that she'll continue on to live out what you've said to do, right?
Not totally, but yeah, I get where you're coming from.
For the most part, yeah. Like I always tell, man, when I want to talk to a chick, I'm gonna talk to her daddy. I'm like, do you stand behind your product, sir? You know?
Do you guarantee?
Do you guarantee? That's what Denzel said. Do you guarantee?
I guarantee it.
That's right. Do you guarantee your product? You know, that type of thing. So sometimes we got to give way to let kids do what they got to do, and we have to, be good with saying, "Hey, I've done enough. I've done enough to the point where they know better." Now whether they choose not to do that, that's on them. You
You
know,
can't, yeah, but you can't do that. I mean, the fact of the matter is
it's called
you know,
marriage.
I'll give you an example, right?
Wait, what do you mean you can't do that? The last ass whooping I had was I was 32 years old. I was getting a belt at 32.
That was strong right there.
I'm a federal officer. I was holding a machine gun and she's like hitting me with a belt.
Josh got
That's hilarious, right? Like,
man,
How
I
did
gotta
that-
ask.
how
I
did
gotta
that
ask, man.
Whooping me with a belt.
how did that feel?
Humiliating.
Oh my God! Now I gotta
Hey,
ask, what did you do?
Did you say 32? Is that
What
what
did you
said?
do, man? I want to know what a 32-year-old has to do to get the ass whooping.
Jesus Christ.
I didn't answer the phone.
Is
with
that
my
why you got
stepmother.
that finger in your face? Jesus Christ.
I did
I don't
not
know,
answer,
man.
I did not answer the phone when my stepfather.
You
called.
sound like you like
Right.
it. Bro. I mean, goddamn, you can't be 32 and like in the nah, no way.
I'm 40 now, and yes,
You must, yeah, you must like it.
my mother does not play. There's no bull crap with her.
She don't play the radio.
There's no.
Hey, she flipped the
None.
table over, did she? She came
That's
over.
right.
Didn't I tell you?
And you ain't gonna hit me back.
Did you hear what I said?
You know what I'm saying?
And I did. I caught that attitude. Like, you ain't gonna do anything. I'm holding the team. Like, no, it's
She
you.
said,
Yeah,
Don't
that's
scare
what he
your
said,
mama.
right? That's what he said. Shit,
Yeah, but being an influence in your child's life, it should be because it's again, can you picture your child being a grandmother?
Oh God.
You see how that go? You see how that works?
Yeah, and she's gonna be the most incredible. And this is the thing.
So there's
like,
a journey, right?
yeah, I have
That's
this
a hell of a journey.
ideology
Yes.
about a pear tree. Okay, so as soon as I started thinking about even having children, I was like, you know, they're gonna represent me at some point in time. So, you know, if you understand about a tree, like if you plant a tree, it takes literally minimum 10 years for you to get anything out of that. You know, I mean, people don't really understand this sort of shit. They just walk around and breathe that shit in. It's like, oh, I'm benefiting. But it's just like they don't really understand. Like, yo, plant that shit in your back garden and see what happens. You know, the fruit that comes from a tree is the only thing that will make you survive because no one else is gonna make you do that.
Yeah. So when you're talking about your children, though, this is the thing: we don't have ownership over them.
No,
We don't.
I do. No, we do.
No, we don't have ownership.
Okay,
Let me tell you
maybe
what we
you.
have.
All right,
Let
maybe
me tell
you
you what we
don't.
have. What we have. We have influence.
No. Okay.
At some point, the difference between your child and you
You're doing this
is
on
how
purpose.
long you. No, listen.
You're doing
The
this on
difference
purpose.
between your child and you is how long you guys been on this earth, right?
No.
At some point, she's gonna be going out here working, creating things, being whatever it is that she's gonna be. And the tools that you give her from the age that she was being out here in the world as as an infant to a toddler to a bigger kid to a teenager, it's a journey that you have to have, and you got to go along with that journey. If you don't, there's nothing at 18 that you can do with a hard-headed child.
No.
Other than what Joshua just said.
No. The only no.
But it's mostly
No.
But mostly it's influence, right? And it's the respect that Joshua had for his mother. No, listen, the respect that Joshua had for his mother, right? Because there was some principles that was just there. And at the end of the day, that's basically what it was. His mom, she came over there because, for one, she knows her son. That's the thing. She's like, man, my son is a father. My son eventually will be a grandfather. I may not be here. So what do I do? I contribute to him as much as I can while I'm on this earth, while I'm here, because I'm not going to be here forever. And shit, it can be tomorrow when it's time for me to check out. So what do? We live the life with principles and things that we actually believe in. And we try to instill them into our children, the next generation, because they're going to be an impact on the world also.
No,
That's the thing.
All right. I appreciate you, brother. I appreciate you. I salute to you. Look, what I'm about to say has nothing to do with you, okay? But most of you guys are too content with this narrative where you play to Uncle Sam, okay? You don't want to actually understand your children. Like, I spend every day, every hour of my life with my daughter because I was in this corporate world and it fucked me up. Like, they made me believe like what I was supposed to do was like to like adhere to them and not actually acknowledge my life, let alone my child's life. So now I'm like, yo, no, I ain't doing that shit anymore. Like, and that's why I say I respect you, bro, because I can see you're respectful. I can see you got your whole setup, you got your whole shit going down. I'm just like, yo, man, yo, if you got anything to say to me, please do. There is no way in hell I'm letting my child loose on these widows out here. Like school, activities, like all this shit. No, I'm claiming all of that shit. I'm claiming it because I'm supposed to do that as a father.
How old is your child?
6.
Okay, so you got a 6-year-old. I have a 28-year-old, and I have a 22-year-old. Now, listen to me now.
That's a different generation, bro.
No, listen what I'm telling you. This is why I'm saying what I'm saying. Right now, I'm getting ready to go for my second child's graduation from college. So she can get out here in this world and see how difficult and easy at the same time this world is going to be. Now, the thing is that I tried to instill as much as I could in her and her sister. Because my oldest, she graduated 4 years ago.
But you have 2 girls?
2 girls.
Woo!
2 girls. Yeah. Yes. And it's just like that. It's just like that. So I'm a grandfather. So I have a daughter that has a son. I have to be able to lead, me and her mother have to be able to lead her into being the best parent that she can possibly be for her son, right? And his father, because they're still young to us. But I want my grandson to have a mother and a father that he's proud of. That's my whole thing now. I look at life a whole different way now because guess what I'm not trying to do? I'm not trying to be a parent anymore. I'm a grandparent. I'd rather do that, which is a lot easier than being a fucking parent. You dig what I'm saying?
But how do you know? How do you know if someone's going to be proud of you?
I'm putting him in football too, because I had 2 girls.
That's why I asked you, bro.
I had 2 girls, so just gymnastics and basketball and.
How do you know if someone's going to be proud of you? Like, that's just.
It's not about how. It's not about how do you know. It's about balance of probabilities. You do the things that you have, the principles that you were taught in these things. You don't know sometimes. It's just a balance of probabilities. My kids can turn out to be the worst people in the world.
Nah, that's not good enough.
I'm not gonna. No, listen. Nah. You don't. How do you know? You don't know
because you can't say that. You can't say like one thing on one end of the spectrum.
It's balance of probabilities. If I do this, the probabilities of this happening is blah 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 blah. Balance of probabilities. That's what I'm saying.
I don't.
It's not foolproof. You can't. You know what I'm saying? It's not foolproof.
It's totally foolproof. That's why more people are successful more than you are. Like I don't really understand this crazy stuff. Like, why are people more successful than you are when you're saying it's not foolproof? Well, you're setting your children up for failure based on the
No,
fact of your sort of understanding of what life looks like.
Okay.
help me understand here. First, name 3 things that are foolproof. You would consider foolproof. They're guarantees in life. I mean,
I'm gonna come
death
back
is
in about
one.
5 because Jesus,
Yeah, death
this
is about
guy got
it.
me robbed, man.
Ain't it about death? The death is about the only thing
Death is guaranteed.
that's
But
guaranteed. There ain't nothing else that's
if you ain't never bet on nothing else in life, you'll make a whole bunch of money on death. It's
you
pretty
make
much
a
gonna happen.
shitload of money.
Man, you'll be undefeated. You know what I'm saying? If you can bet on death at the sports book, man, you'll be undefeated. You'll be rich. Yeah, let me get 25 on death.
Let me get
Everybody.
25,000.
You know what I'm saying? Nobody
guess-
gets out of death alive, man. Nobody gets out of life alive.
My only pushback is nothing in life that I can think of is a guarantee, right? Doesn't
Right.
stop us from doing anything. We still do stuff with. So that was the whole point of. I guess that was the whole point of you maximize as much effort as you possibly can,
Right.
going in the direction that you think is the right way to go, aka the principles, right? I get it. I don't know.
Yeah, the principles are like the guardrail at the bowling alley. You know what I'm saying? You ain't no guarantee to get a strike, but you guaranteed to hit a few pins. You know what I'm saying?
Right. it's just on the balance of probabilities. That's all you can really base it off of.
Right.
This is why we have to understand what tradition is, what worked for someone else. This is the craziest thing. Think about this. You look at the people that come before you, right? And you see, like, for instance, death, right?
Yeah.
The average, when a person pretty much dies, that's when you can be like, okay, if I did this and if I did that, then this is the probability that I'm gonna live this long. It's just the probability of it because of the people that be, before you. It was a time where people didn't make it to what, 35, 45, something like that. That was the life expectancy.
Yeah, my daddy passed away at 41, and look at me now, I'm 51.
Yeah, so it's kind of like, all right, these are you can't look at things as that's guaranteed. The only thing, death. That's you put your money on that, it's gonna win every goddamn time. And you got people out here frozen, dead like a motherfucker. They was expecting that somebody gonna end up taking their ass off of ice and then reviving them. No, it's done.
Disney,
it's a done deal, right?
To be continued.
So then we that's why language is so important too. Because man, these be some dope ass conversations, especially once you start talking and speaking on things and really understanding what language is and stuff like that. When you tell somebody, when you got people that say you live eternal life and things like that, but every time that you hear them talking, what do they say? Children, fruitful, multiply, be fruitful, all these different things, eternal life and stuff like that. This is what they're saying because your kids at some point going to have kids, and then those kids are going to have kids and stuff like that. That's where you start being like, okay, this shit is not a whole lot about me. At some point in life, it's not about me. This is about, me continuing to bring on more and more people. I sat there and thought about, I try to go back and see how many people throughout the generations are responsible for my fruition, right? And I came up with anywhere between 1,200 people and 1,800 people.
It's probably more than that. I'll show you.
It's definitely more than that. That was all I could come up with. Think about that. And this is the craziest thing. If you've ever seen of your family and you've seen some really old pictures, there's somebody, my father on my father's side, that I look identical to. Fucking identical. We talking about 1,700, probably further back. And I'm looking like, wow. Look at my mother's side of the family. We go back. There's somebody I look identical to. These are two separate people, but they both were responsible for having me. So on one side, like if you see my mother and my father, you just see me and my father, you be like, wow, you are identical to your father. Then you see me with my mom, you be like, wow, you look identical to your mom. Like you the male version of your mother.
That's how genetics works.
Man, that's dope. And then imagine not only looking at the aesthetics, but the mannerisms. That's what I was saying before. A son and his father never seen each other before. Then they start studying each other. Oh, that's why I act the way I act. I had an uncle. My uncle just passed away. What was it? It was about 6 months ago. Had twin sons. Yeah, they knew their father a little bit, but they knew nothing about his past. They knew in that 1.5 hours of his memorial more about him than they've ever known in their 51 years of living. And it was crazy because when they're hearing the stories about their father, they reflected on their own life and said, both of them said, and they were twin boys. Both of them said, now I understand why I go through what I go through. It sounded like they just like, it sounded like y'all talking about me. And they didn't hang around their father and, being able to do what I did with my father. But when they heard those stories about their father, it was like, wow, it's like it just happened all over again with them. Now imagine if you can go back and you can visit your ancestors in the 17 and 1600s, and you can just observe the people that were responsible for your fruition. They don't know you. Y'all pretty much strangers, but are you?
Oh hell, I'd be too scared of my great grandparents. I never met them. They were woo! No, I'd be scared. Way too scared.
Sure, they were probably
That's
a lot more
crazy
hardy
that
than what we are.
So that's what we are a part of that. Like we literally that their blood is also going through our veins. Never met them, but they're responsible for us.
Right.
They're all responsible for us, for our fruition,
You know what? Tonight has been a really great show tonight. I want to thank you guys for coming out. It's getting late. I'm pretty sure everybody's watching. If you guys are still here, make sure you guys hit the like button, hit subscribe, and probably next Thursday, we're going to probably delve into George Orwell's 1984 or 1985, whatever it is. And we're going to talk about that. Yeah, so y'all get ready for that. And I cannot wait. JT, did you want to add anything? Josh, did you want to add anything before we leave, man?
So, man, I'm glad y'all did this on y'all break flipping tables twice a week now.
Break bread over the tables, man.
I want to go deeper into these type of conversations, man, because it's pretty dope, man. Especially listening, Josh. I heard you on Hemp, man, and when you came in there, I'm telling you, you had people they were triggered and all kind of shit until they actually got to hear what you had to say. And I was like, man, when you said the thing about the whole thing with the family, right, not intact and things like that, because it kind of killed a lot of other people's conversation, their talking points when it came down to, well, the white person this and the white person that. And so when you came up on there and the stuff that you had to say, it kind of flipped the table.
That's right.
And it made me think of something. Let me tell you one of the things that it made me, and I'm gonna keep this short. And I got a lot of white friends. One of the things I've never seen my white friends have was a family reunion.
Damn.
I never saw them. They had family gatherings, but when you talk about family reunion, I'm talking about 250, 300 people.
Right.
I've never seen that. And, it's a real big thing in the South, and it's a big thing in, Chicago, Detroit, Philadelphia, certain parts of New York and stuff like that. But man, we used to have, and even like now, our family reunions are nowhere near that no more. Our family reunions is probably about, my last one was like 250, but before then, we probably had about 80 people, 100 and some people. But
is that common across the Black community that they're slowly like in decline?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's bad.
Yep.
Because everybody's embarrassed that they're not married, or they got kids all over the different places. Nobody knows who's the daddy is, that type of thing.
Yeah. Yeah. So when I heard you say that, it made me reflect on, even when talking to my friends in the military and stuff like that. I used to be like, man, I got to go home, man. We got this family reunion, and I had a friend from Alabama. Now they did have family reunions, but he was like, "How many people y'all got?" He seen the pictures and everything. He was like, "Man, that's a lot of people with them T-shirts on." It was 300, 400 people. Now you lucky if you can get a good 50. You lucky if you can get a good 50 people. You know.
And I was glad I got a chance to meet some of the older people who in our family too. So that's the purpose of having a family reunion.
Yeah.
Because I wouldn't have never known that we had Indian in our family if I hadn't met my Uncle Chi-Chi for real, for real.
Yep.
You know, some people like to say, "Oh, you ain't got no Indian family." I actually met my Uncle Chi-Chi, and he was full-blooded Indian. So yes, some of us do. You know what I'm saying? So
I usually have to spend the week.
Purpose. That's the purpose.
I usually have to spend the weekend with my great grandparents.
Yeah.
They was in their 75th anniversary in 80 something.
Right.
If they were still living right now, I think they'd be like 130 years old or some shit like that.
That's why you can't miss the family reunion. They show up every 4 years.
We used to have to be there. I had the chance. I said, damn, I understood it. It was mandatory. It was mandatory for my parents to be at their grandparents' house, and it was mandatory for us to be at our grandparents' and our great-grandparents' house. That's how intact our family was at that time. It's totally different now. Totally different.
Yeah.
So,
Josh, did you want to add anything before we go?
No, I actually I want to have another conversation about this like later on again. I think JT had a point about self. He touched on it vaguely. One day I'm going to go chew on the idea a little bit longer, but I think he's on a valid point with the idea of self. If you believe that life is about yourself, that seems to be the bigger problem right here. He worded it in a way where I think was really good way to explore it. I'd like to at a later time have that conversation with him. That one would be a really damn good conversation.
Absolutely.
We definitely
absolutely.
I think that's the core of the problem. That seems to be what we're doing within our society. We're all just doing what we want to do.
Do what thou wilt. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Do it for you. What we talked about today on Paul Harvey's message to us today. Yeah, thank God for Paul Harvey, man.
Well, it was the same concept in with the what would the devil do, or the concept of the devil is that's really what this is boiling down, isn't it?
Yeah.
If we're all, my issue with Christians being that they just won't stand up for themselves. All you gotta do is clean out your own garbage. Like you guys got garbage in your group. We damn sure. I'd say 95% of my group is all garbage, anyways. Right?
Right.
What's there to clean up the garbage pile when you are the garbage pile? But it seems like we've lost a little bit more respect. So, like the idea of negotiating and things like that, it just seems like time to stand up and fight.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Damn.
Appreciate you, fellas, man. Most definitely.
As always, it's been a pleasure, gentlemen. I want to thank you guys for coming out to another episode of Flipping Tables with BMU and LIT. Ladies and gentlemen, if this is your first time, make sure you hit the subscribe button. And on your way out, make sure you hit the like button. And on your way, and when we shut down the stream, make sure you come back in the comment section and leave what you thought, man. And invite people to the conversation so they can see exactly what we're talking about. Because we're elevating the conversation over here every day. We try to get a chance to talk about something different. And I think we want to wrap our minds around some new concepts that may answer some of the questions that we may have to some of the things that we see on a daily basis. Once again, I want to thank you guys for coming out. Thank you guys once again. Good night.